and the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain 2022. We are having this program. And Shrimati Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. She is there with us. A very warm welcome, ma'am, to you, and a big round of applause for ma'am for spending time joining on this conference. To initiate the proceedings, may I request everybody to kindly rise for the national anthem. May I request Ankit, please come join us in the front.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. Our co-chairman, Mr. Kunal Gupta, has also joined virtually. We welcome you, Mr. Gupta, on this occasion. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome each one of the participants, those who have joined through our YouTube channel, and across from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, people are watching, viewing this program. We also welcome our international delegates. I can see my friend Dr. From Hungary is there. I have also met the Minister Consular from Poland. Yeah, he's there, and from Indonesia. So this is, ma'am, the basic idea is that how India can really grow in this sector and the best practices which we can learn. So initiate the proceedings. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp. May I request, ma'am, you, Mr. Nandakishore Agarwal ji, our chairman, our president, if you can kindly light the lamp and let us initiate these proceedings of the day today. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. May I request, doctor, if you can join and light the lamp, since Hungary is a very important country, as well as you and my friend from Poland. If you can come, join us on the dais, light the lamp, please. And our friend from Indonesia, I can't see him. Is he around? Minister Counselor. Yeah. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please come join us. To formally welcome our distinguished chief guest, Shrimati Anita Praveen ji, with the PhD Chambers Green Initiative, and basically this is for prosperity. May I request Mr. Pradeep Pantani, our President, PhD CCI, to present a plant to Madam Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And now I would request Shri Nandakishore Agarwal ji, our Chairman of Agri Committee, to kindly come forward and give the introductory remarks. Over to you, Shri Agarwal.
Thanks to Dr. Srivastava. respected Srimati Anita Praveen ji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Government of India. Some of the authorities must be on the Zoom meeting, virtual meeting. Shri Rajbir Pawar, Managing Director, NAFED, is there. हमारे बहुत ही डायनेमिक प्रेसिडेंट श्री प्रदीप मुल्तानी जी, पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स के प्रेसिडेंट. साकेत जी is here already. He is not here. Saket ji Dalmia is our vice president, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Sandeep Wadhwa ji, he is the chair logistic committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce. He is there. Mr. Kunal Gupta, co-chair food processing committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Yes, Dr. Yogesh Srivastava, Assistant Secretary General. Managing committee members, friends, different, I am seeing the students of different institutes are here, and some of the important delegates from abroad, they are also here. So all the participants, first of all, on behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce Agriculture Committee, I welcome you all. Special thanks and welcome to Ma'am Srimati Anita Praveen ji. So today's the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain. The topic, everybody knows that need of diversification in agriculture and role of food processing and cold chain industry in doubling the farmers' income. So friends, there are some of the points which we will be now deliberating and discussing in today's different sessions. I would like to highlight some of the points. Though our farmers, you know, in last 4 or 5 years, because of their hard work, they have increased their agriculture production, no doubt about it. But you know, the traditional farming they have done, whether it is rice or the wheat and all cereal foods, because there is a huge production, so they are not getting good price of these agriculture production. So now how we can double the farmers' income, and diversification is a main concern of today, because by diversifying the crop pattern, I am confident that we can increase the farmers' income. So diversification pattern from field crop to horticulture, including fruit and vegetable, followed by foolproof supply chain associated with cold chain, well-structured food processing, and definitely we can increase the export of these food processing industries items. Another, we can definitely diversification of our crop to pulses, because we are deficient with the pulses and we are importing for pulses. So if we diversify to the pulses, definitely we will be able to increase the agricultural income of the farmers. So these are the points, and you know, the farmers' profit, the farmers' income is definitely not there. आप समझते हैं कि जो टमाटर फार्मर 3 रुपए में बेचता है, वो कंज्यूमर को 30 रुपए में जाके पड़ता है. That gap is there. So dependability on middlemen, if it can be avoided with different process, जैसे अभी ये 3 बिल आए थे हमारे ओपन मार्केट के, उससे definitely we can increase the farmers' income. And for this diversified crop production, definitely an important area is farm mechanization. India is lacking. We have the agri inputs of all kind of agri inputs, but how to use these agriculture inputs, the main important area is the farm mechanization, where we are lacking. So we have to focus on to increase the productivity, we have to focus the farm mechanization. And definitely not only this horticulture, floriculture, introduction of new scheme for farmers by the government to adopt poultry, dairy, floriculture, mushroom, and like medicinal cultivation is very important, because medicinal plants are now coming up, and this therapy of Ayurvedic medicine is coming up like anything. And after Corona, the strong scope of this medicinal cultivation is there. So with these different points, I will, with these notes, definitely I would like to conclude my remarks, and will look forward the meaningful and insightful deliberation of the industry stakeholders. So thank you very much, and over to Yogesh.
Thank you, Chairman sir. Thank you very much for your thoughtful ideas. And as you rightly said, there is a gap, which we really need to minimize between the farmers and the industry. And of course, PhD chamber as an industry chamber is basically committed to ensure such kind of issues must be taken up with all the concerned stakeholders. Before I request Mr. Multani, we have Mr. Kunal Gupta. He is our co-chair of Food Processing Committee, PHDCCI, and a very big, I would say, rice exporter. So, Mr. Kunal, if I can request you, sir, to kindly give the industry perspective, and since you being the rice exporter and you have been dealing in different channels, so the issues which you feel that really needs to be taken up. So, if you can kindly share on those lines. Over to you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Thank you so much. And I would like to first apologize that I could not be physically present due to some issue. But again, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Anita Parveenji, our management committee members, our friends from media, and all our participants. Ma'am, the Indian agriculture sector is at a crossroad, facing challenges at stagnation in crop yield, falling income, and sturdy responsibility in public service sector. These are the report of present suicide due to non-profitability of farmers. However, scant evidence is available on charts in real income and wages in the Indian agriculture sector. The present study uses the data from the National Accounting Nations Accounting Statistics and Cost of Cultivation Survey to analyze the changes in real income and discuss the undergoing reasons for it. The study reveals that the purchasing power of the farmer has remained low and has worsened over the years. The value of income crop output has increased, but it is being disproportionate to the input cost, which has resulted in fall in income of the farmers in several states, with Punjab being an exception. Interestingly, the real wage rate for agricultural labor has shown an increased trend, indicating improvement in welfare of labor. With the increase of food loss and unfruitful attempt of India to tackle hunger and malnutrition, it has become necessary to find solutions for these issues. One such avenue is the food processing. The major blooming reason for the processing industry in India may be attributed to increasing urbanization, change in lifestyle and food habits, and increasing number of nuclear families with working women. While the major challenges faced by the industry may include lack of infrastructure, inadequate force of food and safety and quality standards, lack of product development and initiative research and development in the area. The food processing has numerous advantages, which has been specified in Indian context. It has capacity to uplift millions out of poverty and malnutrition. The government should develop industry in a way keeping in mind the interests of the small scale industry and attract big foreign as well as domestic investors to the sector. The entire food value chain in India is controlled by the ministries, departments, and the law. A comprehensive policy will ensure various initiatives across the department are aligned over goal in ensuring availability, awareness, affordability, access, quality, and especially food safety standards. The target of ensuring food security for more than billion people requires a consent effort by all stakeholders, including the government and the food processing industry. In addition to private players and the government industrial body, academic players and university will also have a critical role in such of these initiatives. With these notes, I would like to conclude my remarks and look forward for a meaningful and insightful deliberation under industrial stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kunal, for your thoughts. And we over here, as you have rightly said, number of stakeholders are there as far as the food and supply chain is concerned. And we really need to ensure that such issues are always, taken up, whether if it is FSSAI or all such government bodies, to ensure that India must be a export hub as far as the food items are concerned. So with these notes now, I would like to request our President, Mr. Pradeep Multani, to kindly come forward and give the presidential address. Over to Mr. Multani.
Thank you, Dr. Yogesh. Good morning and namaste to everyone. Shrimati Anita Praveen, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. Shri Rajbir Panwar, Managing Director, NAFED. Shri N.K. Agarwal, Chair, Agriculture Committee of PhD. Shri Kunal Gupta, Co-Chair, Food Processing Committee, PhD. Dr. Yogesh Srivastava, Assistant Secretary General, PhD. Managing Committee members, friends from media and numerous foreign countries, all participants. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I am greatly honored and pleased to welcome you all to the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain 2022 with Shrimati Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India as Chief Guest, and Shri Rajbir Panwar, Managing Director, NAFED as Guest of Honor. We thank our Chief Guest and Guest of Honor for taking time from the busy schedule and to address the industry members. I also welcome the other eminent speakers in the program and extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been working as a catalyst for the promotion of Indian industry, trade and entrepreneurship for the past 117 years. It is a forward-looking, proactive and dynamic pan-India apex organization. As a partner in progress with industry and government, PhD-CCI works at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. PhD-CCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade with a large membership base of 150,000 direct and indirect members, consisting of large, medium, and small industries, has forged ahead, leveraging its legacy with the industry knowledge across multiple sectors to take the Indian economy to the next level. At the global level, we have been working with the embassies and high commissions in India to bring in the international best practices and business opportunities. We welcome numerous friends of ours from embassies and high commission who are present here and also virtually. Agriculture is the primary source of livelihood for about 58% of India's population. Gross value added by agriculture, forestry, and fishing was estimated at 19.48 lakh crore, equivalent to USD 276.37 billion in financial year 20. As per first advanced estimates of national income, financial year 22, the percentage share of gross value added of agriculture and allied sectors at current prices is 18.8% of the total GVA. Consumer spending in India will return to growth in 2021 post the pandemic-led contraction, expanding by as much as 6.6%. Agriculture and allied activities recorded a growth rate of 3.6% at constant prices in financial year 21. The Indian food industry is poised for huge growth, increasing its contribution to world food trade every year due to its immense potential for value addition, particularly within the food processing industry. Indian food and grocery market is the world's sixth largest, with retail contributing 70% of the sales. The Indian food processing industry accounts for 32% of the country's total food market, one of the largest industries in India, and is ranked fifth in terms of production, consumption, export, and expected growth. The total agriculture and allied product exports stood at USD 41.25 billion in financial year 21. As the fifth largest sector in India, food processing contributes about 9.5% to gross value added and 13% to employment of manufacturing segment. Indian food processing industry growth opportunities post the COVID-19 pandemic estimates that the sector is currently valued at USD 263 billion in 2019 with a 5-year CAGR of 11%. The government of India is mandated to reduce post-harvest losses and enhance food processing levels in India. The cold chain is an important enabler in minimizing post-harvest losses in the Indian food processing sector, as it helps increase shelf life and prevent spoilage across the entire gamut of transportation and storage, warehousing of temperature-sensitive products from the production hub to the point of consumption. Madam, we would like to say that we at the PIG Chamber, we are very much committed that our Honorable Prime Minister says that we have to make India USD 5 trillion economy. We have to double farmers' income, skilling. We are very, very actively involved in all these noble goals. Doubling of farmers' income is very, very near and dear to all of us. In today's day and date, if we have farmer suicides, I think it is totally unacceptable. And the policies which have been formulated by Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Processing, I think they're simply outstanding. They need to be taken to the grassroots. And we firmly believe that if the losses post-harvest, if they are saved, easily with that, the farmer's income will double. Number two issue, if we have to double farmer's income is, like our chair, Mr. N.K. Agarwal ji mentioned, टमाटर 3 रुपए में फार्मर को मिलते हैं. टमाटर 3 रुपए केवल टमाटर की मूल्य किसान को मिलती है, लेकिन ग्राहकों को 30 रुपए मिलती है. If we can somehow, let's say we make it 33 rupees divided by 2, अगर 16.5 रुपए पे फार्मर को भी मिल जाए और कस्टमर को भी मिल जाए, it will be a win-win for everyone. So we are here to work with the Ministry of Food Processing Industry and the agricultural sector, Agriculture Ministry. Whatever we can possibly do as a chamber, we will work with you, man, to definitely be able to achieve the goal of doubling the farmers' income. Madam, I come from the Ayush industry, Ayurveda Unani industry. We strongly feel that this present government, Modi ji government, is strongly promoting the sector and has taken it the world over. If we have to double the farmers' income, not only double, I will say increase it 5-fold. The need of the hour is medicinal plant cultivation. Now, strong support is needed again, because again, post-cultivation, post-harvest, if the farmers can be provided support, if industry can be provided support, I'm sure we will be able to definitely double the farming sector. With these words, madam, I would like to conclude my remarks and look forward to the meaningful and insightful deliberation for the industry stakeholders. Thank you all. Jai Hind and God bless us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your thoughts. And I'll just add that the Honorable Prime Minister said on the other day that how the youngsters should be encouraged to join the industry. And as you say, once the income of the farmers are going to be doubled, then only the youngsters, the youth of this country is basically going to have the same. I was on the sidelines, was speaking to Dr. Laszlo, he's from Hungary, and Mr. Thomas from Poland, how in their country the food processing industry is actually growing. And this we would love to hear it from you, Doctor, that if you can share in the technical sessions, if some of the best practices of Hungary and Poland, if we can have it. So before we request our chief guest of the day to speak, I have the proud privilege to share a brief profile of her. Ms. Anita Praveen, Indian Administrative Service 1989 batch, Tamil Nadu cadets. She's the Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing and Industries, Government of India, and have more than 2 decades of working in different ministries. Before this, ma'am was with the Department of Telecom as a Special Secretary, and I must put it on record that under her leadership, we have been doing a number of programs in the Telecom Committee also, 5G, and number of programs which we have done, and ma'am have graced the occasion and really given her thought. So with this note, now may I request ma'am to kindly give your special remarks and also guide how the industry should take different actions to do the doubling the farmer income, as well as how the industry is going to be benefited. Over to you, ma'am. All yours. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. Distinguished delegates on the dais, our respected delegates who are there joining virtually with this workshop, and ladies and gentlemen present in this hall. It's indeed a pleasure to talk to people directly. We've just come out of that time of 2 years when you were literally talking to your computer screen. So I love this interaction much more than I was doing when I was speaking over the computer systems and all. So I'm happy that at least sizable number of people are sitting here. A small correction, Mr. Srivastava, it's 3 decades, not 2 decades. I have come to give you a government perspective, and that perspective has been generated over a period of 33 years that I have been working in the government. And of course, one has kept abreast with developments that were taking before that period also in our country. From being a food deficit to become a food surplus country is a matter of pride. We all take great pride in having reached a point where our food production is very high. We are ready to export. We are exporting quite a lot. The action now is due not on production side alone. Production, of course, as demand keeps growing, demand for variety keeps growing, demand for export market keeps growing, the production volumes will have to be picking up. What we need to work on is now processing, and I have a firm belief that this is the time when industry and government will have to join hands to bring in what government has done for the sector. The present schemes, I would just like to outline a few of them for you all to recognize the kind of effort that government is putting into the sector, and to realize that probably the time has come for us to do much more than what we have been doing till now. To just quote a few schemes, the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, which the Agriculture Ministry runs, has an allocation of 1 lakh crore. Rupees 1 lakh crore is what is available under that scheme. We have the Prime Minister's Matsya Sampada Yojana for the fisheries and allied sector that has 20,500 crores allocated to it. We have dairy processing and infrastructure development, which has another 10,881 crores. NABARD sits on a budget of 2,000 crores to be spent on infrastructure alone. The Ministry of Food Processing has 3 schemes ongoing. One is the Prime Minister Kisan Sampada Yojana, which has been running for a while, and it has an overall allocation of roughly 10,000 crores. I will not be able to give you exact number because we had approvals in 2-3 phases. Then the PLI, which is the Production Linked Incentive Scheme, has an allocation of 10,900 crores. And the PMFME, which has another 10,000 crores. So if you look at the numbers, they are huge. We have a great commitment coming from the government for the sector. And when I say sector, I don't mean agriculture alone, I mean fisheries, I mean dairy, I mean the whole gamut of products that get into food processing. In addition to that, we have 100% free entry for any kind of foreign investment, FDI, that wants to come into the country. Apart from that, of course, the basic infrastructure, the roads, the electricity, water supply, etc., 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 all that government does. So who is it that needs to work now? When we have reached a point in the economy where we don't talk of shortages, we talk of surpluses, we talk of problems being caused by tomatoes getting overproduced, onions getting overproduced, getting thrown away by farmers because they are unable to sell it. Not just sell it, the rates that they receive, as my distinguished delegates have pointed out, are really, really appalling. To take advantage of someone who's really put blood and sweat into the production of those produce is something which we really need to ensure that it doesn't happen. And this is the time when the industry and the food processing ministry, along with the other sectors of the ministry, which is agriculture, be it fisheries, be it dairy development, we all have to work together and to ensure that not just the farmers get their realization of whatever efforts they may have put into production, it is also a question of how does the industry get its supplies appropriately, of good quality. More than good, it should be an appropriate quality so that the export market is willing to accept it. We should not be supplying something that reaches the shore of the country where it is targeted to and is returned because we have not handled it well. So a lot of work really needs to be done, starting from the farm gate up to the point where the final delivery of products is happening. We don't need to just ensure that volumes grow, we need to ensure that with quantity, quality as well grows. And that's where all of us need to join hand together. I would urge the industry to look at the possibility of helping the farmers grow the right varieties, use the right kind of pesticides and whatever it is possible which does not carry on in the final produce, to ensure that the produce is not wasted but is utilized in processing. I mean, we all have seen those huge international stores abroad, where if you once entered in, you don't need to come back and cook because the food is processed to a level where you don't have to come back and process your food. You already have part processed, ready to eat, ready to cook. And it's not just that I'm talking about farmers, I'm talking about the industry also getting its share in this benefit. Because if we are wasting food, if we are not processing it adequately and the market does not take it as a final processed food, then we are being unjust to ourselves as well. We should not be the country which exports just frozen meat or frozen fish. We should be the ones processing it. I mean, we're taking due care of the delegates who are here from international locations or our embassy locations here. The value addition that needs to be done is to be done in India and not abroad. It should not be that our fish is frozen here, received by some other country somewhere, value added and then exported. The value addition should be done in India. So what is it that we need to do? We need to work together. Industry and the ministry will have to work together. We need to look at the producer. We need to do capacity building there. We need to ensure that there is enough number of testing laboratories around so that food testing is done, quality is maintained. FSSAI does not find reasons to complain. The international agencies do not find reasons to complain that the food contains something which makes it not fit for human consumption. The schemes that the Ministry of Food Processing has had actually covers the entire gamut, starting from being the units where production happens. We also fund laboratories, testing laboratories. We also do capacity building, but probably it's just not enough for the times today. We really need to increase the volume of activities. We need you to be part of it rather than the major producers, the final producers being somewhere else, the intermediaries being somewhere else. And when I mean intermediaries, I don't say that these are those who are procuring products and supplying to you at higher cost. These are your maybe subsidiaries, these are maybe your ancillaries. We really need to have a joint activity, and I'm very happy to see the two major items of discussion, the technical sessions that have been chosen for discussion today. The efficient cold chain, a pet project for me, because I know that if the cold chain systems are efficient, if they reach close to the farmers, we have much less losses. Yes, we are a huge country, we consume a lot, but we also waste quite a bit. And that wastage has to be done away with. I'm also equally happy about the discussion in the technical session about doubling the farmers' income. And probably we all sitting here and sitting over the VC are interested in this. But while we say doubling the farmers' income, I would want the industry also to not just double, but maybe multiply their income many a times by not just getting newer markets, newer people, newer products, and newer targets to really hit at. So we are looking forward to a great outcome coming from the three technical sessions that are going to happen. And I look forward to the outcome to be informed to me also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for ma'am's wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you all are aware that PhDCCI is an interactive platform. So we can have two questions. Okay. So I can see a number of students are also here, and ma'am has already given the task to the industry chamber that we must have the possibility to have right variety, right product as far as the farmers are concerned, and then how best we would be able to be efficient as far as the supply chain is concerned. Now let us take a few questions. You can raise your hand and introduce yourself. Yes, if you can give the mic over there to the gentleman. Can you give the mic over there? Yeah. And the second last row. Please introduce yourself, sir, and kindly be brief.
Hi, ma'am, and respected panel over there. So I'm founder and CEO of Square Up Capital Partners. So I would like to ask, I think ma'am has raised a very interesting point, like to have the involvement of all the various different authorities as well as the ministry and the industry over there. But at the same time, we look out the involvement of the startups also into this segment. I understand like a lot of government initiatives like the PAR scheme and the DST and the BIAC has been supporting startups. But there should be a scenario, and we would like to know your views on the same. The acceleration per se, like from the industry itself, like if there should be a platform like where 1% of the procurement or the budget we have, if we are introducing startups over there, which are to be taken up to the next level, because a lot of innovation is happening, whether we talk about the reducing the wastages or enhancing the productivity in the food processing. So startups could be the right initiative, which we believe, and if they are being accelerated like this way, I think tomorrow we can see a lot of big participations by the mature startups as well as the innovations are happening. I think we can address these problems very, rationally. Thank you.
So great, it's an observation. Ma'am, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was actually about to say that this is an observation from your side, and I really welcome it because startups come up with excellent ideas, and we really look forward to such ideas coming in. As far as participation of startups in various sectors is concerned, I think you will not find a better time than today when the government really encourages startups. So by all means, we look forward to startups coming in.
Question from the youngsters. Yes, I can see the gentleman over there. If you can give it to him. Yeah. Please introduce yourself first.
So my name is Bhupesh Jain. I'm from Amity University. I'm pursuing BSc Honors Agriculture. So my question is to Mr. Pradeep Mulkani. So you mentioned about the part of cold chain, and like let's say you said like farmers sell their produce at 3 rupees, right? And the consumers get it for 30, 40 rupees, right? So you said we can reduce the like cost in this, and the, let's say, the farmers and the consumers both will be benefited from it. But as of now, if we see towards our market current situation, so there are various players in between, let's say commission agents. So their livelihood depends on the supply chain that is currently in the market. So like if we cut that, so wouldn't it affect the livelihood of like a lot of people? So how do we plan on that?
I wish you had asked this to the Honorable Secretary, but anyway, since you are asking me, let me just say one thing. 3 रुपए और 30 रुपए में बड़ा फर्क होता है, ठीक है ना? सबको बराबर का हिस्सा मिलना चाहिए। कहाँ वो किसान भाई मेहनत वो कर रहा है, दिन रात लगा रहता है, उसको 3 रुपए मिले तो रात को नींद नहीं आती, भैया हमें तो पीड़ा होती है, हम सो नहीं पाते। So while respecting what you are saying, there has to be some reasonable system which is in existence. अगर 1947 से आज तक हम कोई सॉल्व नहीं कर पाए, जैसे we are a totally non-political chamber, but honorable Prime Minister ने जो बोल दिए हुए, he was making India unified billion economy, doubling farmer income, skilling. अब जैसे आप लोग ही जाके किसी एग्रीकल्चर से सेक्टर से, here as a chamber we are all here कि भैया आप लोगों के साथ भी मिलकर कि कैसे आपकी फ्यूचर भी ब्राइट है, लेकिन ब्राइट तो तब होगी जब एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर उठेगा। ये जो आपने जो फिगर्स हमने आपको बोली है, आप समझ सकते हो कि व्हाट इज अ डीप रूटेड प्रॉब्लम। लेट मी आल्सो मेंशन माय ओन कंपनी, आई एम आल्सो इनटू medicinal plant cultivation, I have a food testing laboratory also, and I strongly feel the scope to grow for our farmers to make money is phenomenal. मैं आपको एक अपना एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ। अब क्योंकि हम लोग, आई एम आल्सो द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द इंडियन आयुर्वेद एसोसिएशन, तो हमने कहा भैया सारी बड़ी कंपनी हमारे मेंबर है, डाबर, हिमालय, हमदर्द, हिमामी, मुल्तानी माउंट कंपनी। सो वी ऑल थॉट कि वी विल गेट इनटू मेडिसिनल प्लांट कल्टीवेशन बिकॉज़ the government of India has given very big budgets to the National Medicinal Plant Board. Now, National Medicinal Plant Board क्या करता है? वो किसान भाइयों को बताता है, उनकी सॉइल का एनालिसिस करता है, उनको बताता है यहाँ क्या हो सकता है, आपकी क्या, बिल्कुल हैंड होल्ड करता है कि आपको कैसे फसल को उगाना है, और बाद में जाके इंडस्ट्री से टाई अप करता है। अब हमने सोचा कि हम भी करेंगे, तो हमने भी जाके पूरे लंबे भाषण वगैरह किसान भाइयों को दे दिए। We had a camp in Haridwar where we had 75 farmers coming. Now, there they mentioned the problems which crop up. Number one, they are जितने वहाँ के गांव के बड़े ये commission agents हैं, they have given loans to these people at high rates. Now, please understand, no one is against the commission agents. There is a role for the traders also. But 3 और 30 में बड़ा फर्क होता है. That's all I'm saying. ठीक है जी? But please, you should ask this to the Honorable Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you. Permission of chair, I would like to add something.
Yeah.
I think the question you have raised, farmers are not getting the right price of their produce. Government की initiative अगर आप बात करेंगे, government has taken the initiative by making the FPIs, farmers produce institutions बनाने की कोशिश की है, group of farmers, so that वो collectively production करें, collectively उसका produce बेच सकें। तो I think ये जो government का initiative है, अभी initial level पे government ने 10,000 FPIs बनाने की एक target रखी है। They are now near to that. That will help. एक question जो raise किया startup, because you are also a student and you want to come into the field of your future business. So startup may, if you are ready to go for in the rural area, huge scope is there, and you can help the farmers by providing them right price and procure the agriculture goods and then sell it directly to the consumers. So that startup, if you take the initiative, lot of ideas there to help the farmers to give the right price to the farmers. So you can take the lead after your completing graduation. So this much I share.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you.
Can I supplement a bit for the question that you had asked? See, 3 rupees to the farmer and maybe 20 rupees to the factory which is actually going to process is a little skewed because someone is making supernormal profit here. So there is a need for distribution of that amount back to the farmer. But more than that, what is required is that the processing unit should not be somewhere so far away from the farmer that he does not get access to it and he has this fear of wastage. The fear of wastage is what puts the farmer into a situation where he sells off his produce at any rate that he's getting. So if you bring processing units close to the farmer, the primary processing is what I mean. If he's got a facility of chilling his product down to a temperature where it stays for a few days, he will be able to hold it and probably get a better rate. That situation of, that disaster will strike if I'm not able to sell it today is what puts the farmer in that situation. So the solution is to bring processing as close to the farmers as possible.
Thank you, ma'am. Since ma'am has another schedule, so we'll take the final question. Yes, the gentleman over there. Sir, kindly be brief, sir.
Dr. Amrendra Pani, Joint Director, Research Association of Indian Universities. Since I come from university sector and basically being a policy researcher, my question is addressed to Madam Secretary for Food, Ministry of Food Processing Industry. Madam, has your ministry ever created any plan or a strategic action to connect with the universities for promoting the startup innovations and research for promoting the doubling the incomes of food farmers? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So the agriculture related university related activities, they are done under the Ministry of Agriculture. We also do, we say don't work in silos, but that is something that does happen. So you may have to look towards the Ministry of Agriculture, which may have its plans. The Ministry of Food Processing per se, food processing industries as it is known, does not really have any particular scheme in this regard. But before I close, I think I'll have to give an opportunity to the gentleman who's sitting behind, because I saw his hand going up the first, and that will be the last question. Please.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, the gentleman over there. Please give him the mic. And after that, President will ask.
Since I'm giving you an opportunity, the question has to be lighter.
Thank you so much, PhD Chambers, for this conference, and thank you so much, Anita ma'am, for this opportunity. Basically, I'm very much happy to see quite a positive environment here. That I could see there are a lot of opportunity in this sector, in the agri-food sector. But if I see on the other hand, if we say the market scenario, then people are not very much aware about the opportunity. Even for me, I take example of myself, I'm not very much aware about that this much of opportunity are already there. So my question is related to this, that if somebody would like to know about this opportunity, that there are a lot of opportunity in this sector to work on, then how somebody could get to know about this? And if we would like to spread this information to the people who are very much interested to come into this sector, how somebody could get to know about the such a big great opportunity. I am so sorry, I missed to inform. My name is Akash, and I am representing my company, Royal Solution. Thank you.
Mr. Akash, most of the information, if you are computer savvy, then you can get it online. All the ministries would have it available on their websites. But for someone who is not tech savvy and does not have access, the field has its own extension services. And I can assure you that the field system still works in most of the states. So this information does reach the last point. For someone like you, I'm sure you can access the website of the ministry. The portals will have a lot of information available for you.
May I just add, ma'am, one thing that we have a very robust secretariat over here. I mean, during tea time also, one of the gentlemen was asking us to set up the food processing unit. So we have our director, Miss Millie Dubey over here, and her job, she's the director Agri and Food. And if you have any question, you can contact him. And if you feel that any best practices you need to learn from the international affairs, we have our assistant secretary general over here, Mr. Naveen Seth, so you can connect him also to connect with different countries. So we at PhD CCI are here to support and connect and help each and every stakeholder, those who really want to come in this. As ma'am has said, most of the informations are there, but if you want more information, you can join us and we will certainly help becoming an Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Thank you so much.
President sir, all yours.
Incidentally, the website can be accessed now for the new expression of interests that the Ministry of Food Processing has put up. One is for the Kisan Sampada Yojana. So the last date is still a little far away, so someone interested can look at it. And PLI on millet products. So these two are ongoing schemes, so please look at them and if possible, do apply for it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
With the permission of the honorable secretary, I will just add. जैसे PhD चेंबर है, हमारा एक वेरी पावरफुल एग्रीकल्चर कमेटी है, फूड प्रोसेसिंग कमेटी है. हम हर 15 दिन में इस टाइप का कोई ना कोई प्रोग्राम करते हैं, या इधर या हमारे 17 स्टेट्स, तो कहीं ना कहीं इस टाइप के प्रोग्राम रहते हैं. आप लोग अपना जो भी इंटरेस्टेड हो वो अपने कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स यहाँ भेजते विद ईमेल आईडी, क्योंकि वी डू दिस फिजिकली एज वेल एज वर्चुअली एंड वी डोंट चार्ज एनीथिंग, क्योंकि हमारा भी कर्तव्य है कि जो हमारे नोबल आइडियल्स हैं हम भी देश की ग्रोथ में आहुति डालें. तो आपका स्वागत होगा, जो भी करना चाहते हैं अपने डिटेल्स यहाँ छोड़ते जाए. ठीक है मैडम, नाउ माय हम्बल क्वेश्चन टू यू. वी हैव बीन प्रमोटिंग फिशरीज, डायरी एंड बी कीपिंग इन अ वेरी बिग way. अब ये latest, madam, the GST which has come in, 5% GST has been levied on honey. From 1st of July, the 5% GST on levy will be started. अब honey में ये होता है कि the beekeeping boxes have to be taken from one state to the 3 months here, the 3 months another state, 3 months another state, and that is how because the honey bees need the plant nectar. Now, how we humbly request you that this process, which was very easy earlier, this GST should not complicate and make life miserable for all the people in this honey, honey cultivation. So इसमें भी strongly seek your support कि जिस तरह से वो free movement होता था, उसमें बाधा ना आए. Others it will become really difficult for so many people we have given this beekeeping, training. They are all under panic.
Thank you, President. Thank you very much for your observation. And since we have paucity of time, and before we end, and I would just add one more. Since we have industry stakeholders, industry stalwarts over here, so we have Mr. Nandakishore Agarwalji. Any question, even in the technical session, you can come to us, and then we will certainly request Mr. Nandakishore Agarwal, our chairman of Agri, to guide you on this point. So now I would request Mr. Pradeep Multani ji, President PhD Chamber, to kindly give a memento to Srimati Anita Praveen, Indian Administrative Service Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India, as a token of appreciation on behalf of PHGCCI. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for ma'am. And thank you very much, ma'am, for this. And it's my proud privilege also to share it with you, though there is not a formal vote of thanks as far, and there is no technical, there is no break after this. We will immediately go with the technical session. But some of the companies, those who have supported us, I would like to name Crystal Inspiring Growth, KRBL Limited, NIFTEM, Academic Partner, Association of Indian Universities, Media Partner, KJ Krish Jagran, and Extraordinary and Philanthropy Diplomatist, Food Marketing and Technology India. Without the support, this program would not have been possible. Most of us are our members. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining, and we are immediately going in the technical session. Ma'am, thank you very much for joining in this important virtual hybrid program. And most of the people, those who are seeing virtually across the states, we also welcome, and we have very meaningful technical session post this, and we will immediately have the session after this inauguration. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, Mr. Nandakishore Agarwal. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the honorable secretary.
And ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We are going in the next technical session, and as advised by my president, Ms. Millie Dubey, she is our director, Agri and Food. She will be taking care of all the technical sessions since she is a qualified microbiologist. May I request my colleague Satnam to kindly change the dial. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you so much, sir. So, good morning, everyone. On behalf of PhD CCI, I have a great pleasure in welcoming each one of you this morning. So after the inaugural session, we'll now be moving on to our technical sessions for the day. We have a good number of dignitaries, distinguished speakers gracing the function. Every panel member carry a significant wealth of knowledge by the virtue of their personal and professional experience. Today we have Mr. Arun Raste to help us tap into the sea of knowledge and navigate us to unleash the need of diversification in agriculture for doubling the farmer's income. Mr. Arun Raste, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, NCDEX. Mr. Raste holds an MA in Economics with postgraduate diploma in Marketing, Communication and Journalism. He has over 3 decades of experience across BFSI, corporate and social development sector. In his prior assignment, he was associated with the National Dairy Development Board as an executive director. He has also served the director on board of Indian Immunological Limited, Hyderabad, Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetable Private Limited, Irma Anand. In the banking career, he worked with private sector like IDFC, First Bank, Kotak Mahindra, and Financial Inclusion, NABARD, handling commercial lending. Product development, distribution network, branding, communication, and CSR. His previous stints also includes working with ACC Cement and NGO RIFT. An NGO delegate, he participated in the UNCTAD Summit in Brazil, WTO Ministerial in Mexico and Hong Kong. He had been invited to speak at prestigious events and present papers in conferences held at countries like Australia, Belgium, France, and so on and so forth. He was also invited by the US State of Department and International Visitor Leader Program, apart from representing Asia at International Fair Trade Forum. He also chaired the think tank of Asian Forum, CSR and SME. He has over a dozen publications in national and international journals to the credit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hand together for Mr. Arun Raste. Sir, I please invite you on stage. So moving on, the moderator for the session, I will be inviting Mr. Anil Jain, Executive Director, Crystal Crop. Sir, please come on stage. Mr. Jain, presently working as Executive Director and Strategy Operational Crystal Crop Protection, responsible to give direction across all business unit of Crystal. Mr. Anil has an exemplary career for more than 4 decades experience in crop protection and seed industry. Prior to this, he has worked as Chief Marketing Officer of Bayer Crop Science in India and had 4-year stint in Germany. Earlier experience include a 2-year period of banking where he worked on World Bank Financial Agri project for small farmers. Mr. Anil has served as Chairman of CropLife India for 3 years and is on the supervisory board of Access of Food Seed Foundation, Netherlands. Mr. Anil is alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Arun Jain. Next on the panel is Dr. Dinesh Chauhan, Vice President, DeHaat. So please come on stage. Dr. Amrendra Pani, Joint Director, AIU. Ms. Namrata Khanna, Director, Indian Honey Alliance. Please keep the applause running. And Mr. Raju Kapoor, Director, Corporate Affairs, FMC Corporation. I welcome all the panel on stage, and the stage is all yours. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll start the first technical session, and without repeating what has been said in the inaugural session, I must feel very happy and congratulate PhD for this topic. So I just want to add one brief comment that while we have a huge focus on increasing productivity in agriculture, the focus on diversification is coming at a very good time. And this has to be supported, of course, with food processing and cold chain, which is the topic today. In this session, the first technical session, we have a galaxy of very eminent speakers, and it will be our pleasure to listen to very different ideas. Please feel free to ask questions. I hope we have some time for that as well. And I would request all the speakers to allow some questions and keep provision for that. And at this stage, I would just, before I invite our keynote speaker, I just want to add one more point. We have had a growth in horticulture crop production, which has actually overtaken the food grains. Food grains production has crossed 300 tons. We're all proud of being self-sufficient. Today, fruit and vegetables, the whole lot of horticulture has crossed 331 million metric tons. Now, that's a phenomenal growth. So not only is it adding to increase farmers' income, it is absolutely helping in the nutrition of the population as well. So it's something what we say diversification of crops leads to win-win situation. This is just one element which we can say with success, with pride, has already been achieved, but there's a lot more to be done. So with this word, I would request Mr. Arun, the keynote speaker, to come and share his thoughts. And over to you, Mr. Raste. Mr. Raste, we would have about 15 minutes for your keynote. And if you could spare from that a few minutes for your question answer, will be great. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, PhD, for inviting me over. To all those young people sitting in here, and those I see young people with gray hair like me, they have hardly 30 years left. But you are all 30 years or less, so you are 60 or 70 years on this earth. There are 2 or 3 things which we should be aware of in terms of why we are talking about doubling of farmers' income. If you look at the population of this country, about 58 to 60, that is a rough estimate, percentage of people are dependent on agriculture. But the share of agriculture in India's GDP, which last year was the best year in the whole decade, was just about 20%. We are hugely, probably having a problem in our villages because 58% population contributes only 20% to our GDP. So that's the factual position we should keep in mind. Number 2, when we are looking at the crops, and as Anil just mentioned, 70% are cereals, oilseeds, and pulses. That is the land area given. They contribute as much as only 20% of horticulture in terms of value. There is a huge problem in terms of the productivity, especially in oilseeds and pulses. The previous session, there was things that talked about wastages. When you're talking about horticulture, about 30% of our horticultural crops are wasted. And a rough estimate is, unfortunately, it is some other chamber, and they did a study, and their study mentioned that if we could arrest the wastage in transit of our food grains, the food grain production can go up, the value added could be going up by about 10%. So just wastage is around 10% of our food grains. I'll give you some examples from my previous stints. All are sitting here in Delhi, and I used to be on the board of Mother Dairy here. Have you seen any cows here which can feed into this population of about 2 crores in Delhi? You don't get milk in Delhi, that much milk. So the milk comes to Delhi from either Gujarat or Andhra Pradesh or different states. How does the whole milk supply chain operates? So there is an entity called Shrija. That's a woman's company, woman's owned, woman's managed, and has about 200,000, that's 2 lakh members. And this is situated near Tirupati and Andhra Pradesh, the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, now Telangana, and those 4 districts. These 2 lakh members, these are owning cows. So we call them farmers because they have some farmland and cows. They collect milks. They have their villages where they have something called dairy cooperative society. Those dairy cooperative societies get milk from individual women. It could be 2 liters, 5 liters, 10 liters, nothing more than that. They send that milk to a common pooling point where you have something called bulk milk chiller. So BMC it is called in dairy parlance, which can contain about 5,000 liters of milk, where the milk is chilled. That milk then is transported to a nearby processing plant. From there,
to rail tankers, and then it comes to Delhi. Once it reaches Delhi, it goes to Patparganj, again processed, then it is put in pouches, then to the retailers, and then to your homes. Now, this whole supply chain works on a clockwork precisely. There are two significant things in this. The milk which you consume in Delhi today is probably 2.5, 3 days old, but absolute no issue in terms of quality, absolute no wastage. The milk is converted into, say, butter or milk. If you buy milk worth about 100 rupees, 75 rupees out of that goes back to the primary producer, that woman who is owning that cow. You will not find this in any other supply chain in this country, where 75% of the final product's price goes back to the primary producer, whether it's ice cream, ice cream, and same applies to Amul. This whole model of milk, the cooperative model, works in a fashion whereby 75% of the income goes to the primary producer. So if you see any state in this country, like Gujarat or Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh now, the incomes of farmers are going up just because of dairy. Second thing which you should be aware of, and there is no wastage in this whole supply chain. So when we are talking about horticulture, when we are talking about agri, we talk about wastages. But if you look at the whole milk supply chain, there is no wastage. Now, even in milk, we are talking about value addition. So when we are talking about increasing farmers' income or doubling farmers' income, leave aside the period. It was mentioned in 2015 that we should be doubling the farmers' income in 2023. So that is by next year, it should have been doubled. And when we said this, as per NABARD, the whole household income of farmers was 8,823 rupees. And as per NSSO, that is household, I'm not talking about individual farmer, the household income. And as per NSSO, for the same period, the income was about 6,500 rupees. So even in 2023, we are just talking about, say, 13,000 rupees as per NSSO, or 16,000 rupees as per NABARD, or 17,000 rupees. 17,000 rupees, possibly some of these students are spending in their monthly income, expenditure in their academics and their hostels. That's the whole household income, right? Why do we need to increase that? As I said, there are three things which are happening in this country today. There's a lot of pressure on land because of urbanization, because of industrialization. So we are not likely to see any increase in the area which is under agriculture, which is available with farmers. That area will either remain constant or it will go down. That's number one. Second, with this disparity incomes or minuscule incomes the farmers have, there are a lot of people who are leaving farming. If you speak to any farmer, today he wants his child to get educated somewhere and then go and do a job. So maybe after 50 years, there will be in a condition that there will be nobody to do the farming. And third, the farms by themselves, their sizes are going down. So it is not economically viable to do farming at a small scale. So therefore, in the earlier session, somebody spoke about FPIs, the farmer producer organizations. What is that they are doing? They are doing aggregation. What do you mean by aggregation? So if in a particular village, there are a lot of smallholder farmers, they collect their produce, and then they, as an aggregated entity, negotiate with the market, then possibly they get better results. They can also hold their goods for some time, whereby they can hold for some time and get better returns. And third, when you do a collective, the financial system helps you get loans at a cheaper rate as compared to individual farmers. Now coming to second part of it, and that is very interesting. Productivity, and I think some of my academics will bail me out of this. But I was just comparing, say, something called soybean. And a lot of us are dependent on oils. I'm not sure whether you people are aware, but we import a lot of our edible oils, not only petroleum, but even edible oils. We are dependent on imports. So the largest producer of soybeans are Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, and US, of course. If you look at soybean production per hectare in our country, maximum is 1.9 tons. And compare that with US, it is just double. US it is 3.8. So if you just increase the productivity to the extent of US, our agriculture output, the value will be doubled. So, and that would be true for all the crops. So one, economies of scale, and second, productivity. That is something when we are talking about doubling farmers' income, that is one thing which we need to. So one is avoidance of wastage, and that we have a very good example in dairy that there is no wastage. It is a very efficient system. Why can't we do it for any other thing? What we have achieved in dairy. So that is one, avoiding wastage. Second is productivity increase, whereby from the same land, we can increase the production to an extent where the value goes up for the farmer. Number three, again, I come back to the example of dairy. When I was with NDTV and we were funded by World Bank and we did, did a study. And we realized that 85% of the work being done in dairy sector is done by women at home. It's not the male farmer who's doing it, it's his wife who's working. So basically what you're doing is you're getting the household to work. So when you have the whole household working, your family income goes up. Now, not everybody is in dairy. So what do you do for people who are not in dairy? So within dairy, what could be done? And Mr. Giral Singh, now who is Rural Development Minister, he had come to Anand and he was speaking to us. He said, within this dairy farmers, what addition we could do. So then we did a pilot project in a place called Mujpua in near Anand in Gujarat. Whereby the same set of dairy farmers and they had land. So they did a small pond there where fisheries was promoted. And we also promoted poultry there. So the poultry, their droppings could become feed for fisheries. So the same farmer doing fishery, poultry, and dairy, all the three. Then within dairy, whether we could do anything. So we realized that the dung could be used as gobar gas. It was being used for a long time. But then we did some changes in the technology. We separated the slurry from the gas. The gas itself was in a position, so about 4 cows and the household, the gobar gas production was enough to take care of that whole household. With 2 cows and 4 or 5 people in the house, that gobar gas was enough. But the slurry, the gas comes to your gas, the slurry is left, the leftover part, that becomes organic manure. We branded it. It is called Sudan. You can Google it. And Sudan is being sold as organic manure these days. Only thing is somebody needs to replicate this across the country. Even within dairy, there is a lot of addition which is being done. The third part, when I'm coming to cropping intensity or efficient resource use, and I go back to Manabar days, and there were a lot of these experiments being done in terms of SRI, in terms of possibly changing the cropping patterns. Unfortunately, lab to land is something which is not happening in this country the way in which it should have happened. And that is something which we need to focus on if we want to double income of farmers. There are 2 other things which I thought I should be sharing with you. Again, I go back to the household of a farmer. There is a new movement which came along at the same time when the dairy movement came in India. That's called microfinance. Professor Mohammad Yunus started it in Bangladesh and is known as Mohammad Yunus model. But the Indian microfinance sector is much larger than what has happened in Bangladesh, though we haven't given it much publicity as yet. What does happen in microfinance? 5 women, they come together. That group, they guarantee each other and they await finance either from small banking finance industries or banks. Now there are no collaterals required, no guarantees required. What does MFI? The whole movement has supported us in rural India, in the families. These women, they are borrowing money at around 18% at the minimum. And maximum it could go to 26 because that's the upper limit given by RBI. Why do they borrow at 18? Because the NBFC, which is borrowing from banks, borrows it at around 7 to 8%, but 10% is the transaction costs. And if you borrow at 18%, how many businesses you can do? That you will get better returns than 18%, and then you can repay your loans and possibly earn something for you. There are a lot of women in this country. 2 lakh crore rupees are outstanding in MFIs at this juncture as we speak today. And 2 lakh, and average ticket size is around 20,000. So imagine about the number of women who have benefited from this. So these are all women who are from the household, rural household, and they are adding to their incomes. So we are bringing a farmer or a household, doubling their income. Only one thing which is required in that whole MFI businesses, can we bring down that 18% to 8%? And we had a meeting with Mr. Jansina, who heads the parliamentary panel on finance, and we spoke to him. He said, if you can reduce that 18% to 8%, the women's income suddenly it will quadruple. And that's something which we need to do. And the fintechs and the young generation here, prosperity and fintech is the buzzword at the jungle. fintechs would help us reach out to the last mile, because the 7% transaction cost is because the person has to go on a motorcycle, go to that female, lady's home, collect the, her loan installment, or disburse the loan to her, or collect her documents, look at her Aadhaar cards, all those kind of things. And that adds to cost. And all those costs could be eliminated by fintechs. That is something in terms of value addition, in terms of doubling farmers' income. The women's role is something which needs to be possibly enhanced. It needs to be put in the center stage. I'm not getting into the individual areas where the experts are there, because I would have spoken about another experiment on honey, which is being done, but I'll leave it to my fellow panelists. The last bit, even in the earlier session, it was mentioned that farmers used to answer the question about 3 and 30 rupees. Now, the terms of trade for a farmer is something which is very, very skewed. And we don't have a mechanism whereby everybody knows what is the fair system. We do have a mechanism. I had the institute, I had the entity which works on this. So, if you look at NCDX, or if you look at the futures market, it gives you the whole value chain and with the transparency. But what is required, the difference between 3 to 30, which was mentioned in the earlier stage, where the farmer gets only 3 rupees and the final product is sold at 30, where does the 27 go? Can we have an equitable distribution in the whole value chain? That is something which is required when we're talking about doubling farmers' income. And might again end with the same note. If we are not in a position to double farmers' income pretty soon, if not next year, probably in the next 2, 3, 4 years, the current generation of farmers is not going to allow their children to get into farming. And from the position where we are today of food security plus exporting food, we will not have people doing farming for us, and we will be short of food ourselves. Thank you very much.
Any questions to Mr. Raste? I think he gave some very excellent examples on how, starting from supplying milk to Delhi, how both the consumer is benefiting and the producer is benefiting. That's the core of it. And including the use of technology, how we can bring down costs, for example, using fintech and financing. So thanks a lot, Mr. Raste, for sharing your very good experience and examples. I would now invite our next speaker, and with apologies to the panel, the sequence listed, I'm just shifting it in favor of Mr. Raju, because he told me for a personal reason he may have to go a little earlier. So Raju, please join, and let me introduce you. He's a Director of Public and Industry Affairs with FMC, an agriculture sciences and global leader in crop protection solutions. He has more than 37 years of experience in the industry, having graduated in agriculture and done the MBA. He has worked across crop protection, fertilizers, PGR, seed, animal nutrition, health products, apart from specialty chemicals. He has led profit centers of various corporates over years, and has built, grown, and turned around various businesses over his career. So with this brief comments, I'll invite Mr. Raju to share his thoughts.
Okay, so good noon, and thank you for according to this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a very pertinent topic that we're talking today. And as we talk this, I think we are essentially talking about 10 billion people in the foreseen future. India, something like 1.53 billion people. How are we going to feed them? Then you have a lot of cattle. How are we going to feed those cattle so that they can feed back their family? Then we want to use all the existing land for generating energy using the field for energy concept, where we're looking at developing biofuels or converting area into biofuels. So the land is shrinking. Clearly, the land is shrinking. The water resources have dwindles significantly. And if you look at India alone, 90% of our fresh water is going into agriculture for irrigation. Of that 90%, a significant portion is being consumed by just a few crops like rice, sugarcane, etc. 58% of the country is already being declared to be water negative, as they call it. It's shown as red. And if you map it, this counts as red, which means the water will not be there to sustain agriculture. Forget about the rest of the people who want to thrive on food, etc. And on top of it, you have you're seeing all over, right? The climate change, the havoc it is creating. You have, I mean, right here, this year, look at the East India and look at the West India. East India is completely short of monsoon rains, as low as about, I think the deficiencies are more than 30%, somewhere. And go west, westerly, and Gujarat is all inundated, Maharashtra, all of it. So what's happening is climate change is playing a big role. Now, with this, there's an added pressure of the environment, which is forcing the globe is now seeking agriculture to cut down its footprints. Agriculture has substantial footprints, as you know. Nearly about a quarter of the green gas emission happens out of agriculture. So how do you now? So with this background, with this background, the real challenge now is to produce more from less, and to produce more from less in a manner which is ecologically and environmentally sustainable, which is able to produce affordable food and feed, which is able to bring enough remuneration to the growers. We're talking about doubling farmers' income, right? So, and in a manner which is producing safe food, because there's a serious discussion happening around safety of food. And we're talking about nutrition on the other side. It's just not that you feed people, how do you keep them healthy as well? So that's equally important. Now with this backdrop, what do we need? We need clearly one initiative on the policy side, second initiative on the technology side, third initiative on the market linkages, etc. Market linkages, etc. have already been done in the morning. I will not go there. So I'm coming to the inputs piece. If you've got to produce more from the less, you've got to do something different, right? So the only thing that you can do with agriculture is play around with the larger agriculture productivity ecosystem, which is comprising of soil, which is comprising of inputs, which include water, crop protection, crop nutrition, native finance, I can add that, and energy, of course. You just heard the productivity level of India. I think most of the crops we are nearly half of the global best. Let me put it global best. That should be our benchmark, not average global production. So we're nearly sitting at half. We got to double this. And how do you double this? Is essentially by looking at how do you improve the input use efficiency. And that's where I think most important elements will come in. Now, as we discuss this, I think some of the challenges, if I can highlight from an input point of view, one is there is in India itself 2 lakh crore worth of food goes to insect pests every year from a farm. That's a substantial number, right? Globally, we're talking about 40% food getting taken away by the pests to one side. India has a very substantially low pest coverage, pest management coverage of the crops. We're sitting at something like 300 grams per hectare crop protection chemical consumption compared to 15 or 16 kgs in other countries, something like 10 kgs in the US. So your wastage is going up. So how do you produce more? One is you avoid wastage. to avoid wastage, I think you need clearly a very robust portfolio of crop protection system. What does it comprise? It comprises of identification of the right pests. It comprises of ability to forecast. It comprises of practices that would reduce the infestation levels. And also it shows clearly how do you integrate various technologies, whether they are chemical technologies or biological technologies or other technologies to converge and help farmers grow more. In this space, I think that's where we as FMC come in. FMC Corporation is world's among the top leading crop protection companies. Primarily, our major portfolio remains around innovative chemistries. It remains around big time biologicals, and it also focuses on precision agriculture. So as we talk right now, I think from a diversification on an intensification of agriculture with significant if I may say, relief to the environment and ecology. I think that's what the solutions of future are looking like. There's a significant contribution that pesticides or crop protection chemicals make to agriculture. The profit ratio ranges from 1:20 right down to 1:4. So that means every unit of investment that you do on protecting your crop kind of gives you significant gains to the farmer. What we need in a policy fund for this segment clearly is we need a consensus, a national consensus that we need to protect crops. The confusing signals that go out saying organic agriculture, natural agriculture, don't use crop protection. If you don't use crop protection, one of your neighboring countries is clearly demonstrating you that it can not only hit the farmers, it can actually destroy the economy of the country and then lead to a chaos, including political implications of such decisions are clearly visible in Sri Lanka. It's all for you, right? And it's just been about a year and a half that they went into it. So if you can clearly agree on a policy front on what do we need to do, we need to definitely produce organic food because there are consumers who want to pay higher, but I would promote safe food. So if you want to produce safe food, you need to have crop protection chemicals which have a good safety profile. So how do you introduce those products into the country? Today, you'd be surprised that as a country, we just have 280 molecules, like pharma, here we call them molecules again, 280 products only. Compare that to almost like more than 1,000 in US and maybe more in China. So this portfolio also is quite old. So last 40, 50 years, we've been using similar portfolio. Very few new products are coming. So how do you have a system that encourages very introduction of newer technologies into the whole game? That's one key area that I want to highlight through this forum that we need to possibly take forward. Similarly, policies which are actually not driven by trade, but driven by need of the farmers and the consumers. That is very crucial. So that's again where I would request that, creating enough awareness among farmers, making available technologies to them and delivering the technology mechanisms also on the ground is very crucial. That's where I would like to compliment. I think the Indian government recently has approved guidelines on drones for agriculture. Now that's going to transform the way we manage our crops. That's going to transform the way we manage pests in the entire food system, and it's going to make food so much more safer, and the applicators are also so much more safer. So I think that's the background which is currently needed. We need a very clear roadmap, and we need a very clear direction from a policy point of view. How do we want to deal with the crop losses, whether they be biotic or abiotic? So all technologies will have to. Similarly, newer formulations and fertilizers. We've been using urea for nitrogen, so that's for 27% use efficiency.
So how do we increase use efficiency of these nutrients? How do we bring in newer varieties and newer cultivational practices which reduce the intensity of water consumption in agriculture? That's very crucial. So I think I'm leaving more questions and I'm leaving more policy related recommendations here right now for the panel to consider, and also for as a recommendation, larger recommendation going out of this discussion. So with this, I think one small also challenge that remains is that there's a lot of resurgence happening of the pests. There's a lot of invasive pests coming in. You saw locusts, then you saw fall armyworm, then you saw tuta absoluta, then you're seeing the new jacedin. So the pests are manifesting themselves. The nature is manifesting itself. So we need to keep pace or need to remain ahead of that. So that's where precision agriculture will come. So I think policies that help collecting and disseminating the right data sets to industry so that they can come back with need-based application of the right kind of solutions for the farmers, which will then cut down significantly the use of the inputs and lead to higher productivity. With this, let me just thank you again, sir. Sorry, I took about a couple of minutes extra, but then thank you so very much for allowing me with this discussion. Look forward to the rest of the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Raju Kapoor. Any questions for him? Yes, please.
Hi, Mr. Raju. Yeah, thanks for the brief. I would like to understand from the FMC Corporation perspective, I mean, from the crop protection perspective, what all initiatives or, the R&D or maybe the inclusion of the startups, or I would say what all these steps are being taken care by like the FMC in this direction. So are they coming up, because there are a lot of crop protection, new technologies are coming in, a lot of startups in the nanotechnology, in the crop protection, various chemical and the other solutions are working. So would like to know your contribution as well as your steps so that startups can better align with you in this direction.
Thank you so much. Can I have your name? Sorry.
Ankur Goyal from Square Up. Yeah.
Thank you, Ankur. I think that's a great question. So as an organization, let me just commit here that we invest something like 8% of our total global revenue into R&D. We have possibly one of the most robust pipelines in the chemistry area. We scan nearly about 65 to 70,000 molecules every year to bring out something interesting, something which is more. We have a system in place which makes sure that 100% of the R&D spend will be invested only on technologies which are sustainability advantaged. That means even if there's a molecule which is potent, which can control pests very effectively, but it is not ecologically sound, we will drop it. So that's one side. Then about the startups and all that you said, we are very seriously working with the startup ecosystem. You would have just heard yesterday, we just amalgamated one of the company called Biofero. It's into pheromones. It's one of the latest technologies on pheromones, which brings down the cost and the time frame significantly. So we just incorporated them. We invested in a company called Tartan Sons in India, which this company is into robotics. So it goes on robots delivered solutions for managing pests. Similarly, there's a slew of startups that we are laid up. We are very actively looking out, seeking. There's another startup that we invested in, which studies what happens in the soil ecosystem that leads to a pest buildup, so that we can eliminate the incidence of pest itself at the first stage. So we are looking at all those, and we believe that the knowledge that startups bring is significant. So we are clearly looking out for all such startups. The models are simply, one is investing into them. One is first initially sponsoring them, maybe investing into the idea. If the organization is ready to absorb that organization within within the FMC corporation. So I think it's not only us, and many of us in the industry are looking at starting a startup ecosystem to not only design the solution, but also deliver the solutions. So there'll be, we are actually working with a new startup in delivering solutions, crop protection solutions at the grassroots level through drones. So right now in India, we're doing it already. So I think all gung ho, and the more the merrier.
Thank you. Right. So I think that was very good insight on consistent theme of producing more from less and how to optimize the agri input usage and avoid wastage. So thank you, Mr. Raju Kapoor. Excellent. So I'll invite our next speaker, Dr. Dinesh Chauhan. He is currently the Vice President of New Initiatives at DeHaat. He is an eminent keynote speaker and has a long history with agriculture and agribusiness sector. He's been involved in the agri sector for 22 years. He holds a PhD in management, MBA in agribusiness management, MSc in food technology, BSc in agriculture and animal husbandry. Very, very impressive credentials. And he also serves on the advisory board of a very large number of organizations, for example, Africa Agribusiness Alliance, AgTech Insight California, Ghana India Trade Advisory Council, Global AgTech Council, and including the academic world like the lovely Professional University and Adamas. So with such background, may I invite Dr. Chauhan to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Anil sir, for giving such an elaborate introduction. So very good morning, good afternoon to all of you. I have got a very big list of panelists, esteemed panelists here along with me. So I am, I think, youngest among all the panelists over here right now. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I would like to not spend much time on what the earlier panelists have all spoken about since morning. But I would like to share a couple of things which I believe that having worked with the entire ecosystem, so probably I have got an experience of working with almost each and every stage of value chain, entire value chain. Basically, I'm a food technologist, started my career as a food technologist, worked on the shop floor, and then entered into the modern retail and agri retail businesses, then entered into the fruits and vegetable retailing business models, and then consulting globally, worked in the logistics industry. I work for a not-for-profit entity, work with lot number of FPOs across India. So currently I'm looking after new initiatives in DeHaat. Probably DeHaat is one of the largest full stack technology platform in India. Here in DeHaat, we provide end-to-end solutions, right? So coming back to today's topic, like why crop diversification is important in agriculture and especially in context of Indian agriculture and globally as well. So the very big reason is that, as my earlier speaker, Raju Kapoor Sahab has already stated, that we have to have a lot of solutions, agri input solutions to protect the crops. So one of the important thing which can be done is probably, I believe, crop diversification. So once you start crop diversification, probably you can break that chain of insect and pest attacks, right? Secondly, the very big reason why we are putting thirst on crop diversification is that we are actually producing a lot of commodities which are in excess and which are actually not required. And there are a lot of commodities within our country which we are supposed to grow, but we are unable to produce. Because of varied reasons at the policy level, and also, thank you, sir, and also at the level of like adoption of technologies and creating of awareness. So I was listening that one of my earlier speaker was telling that the right kind of quality, availability of right kind of quality and right kind of technology and access of these technologies are not available to the farmers. So we have, as a startup, we have been trying to solve some of these solutions, sir. And if you talk about what steps we are going to take in crop diversification, as an organization. So we are working with various state governments to how to support them in bringing crop diversification among farmers. This is a very huge and humongous task, right? Why so? Because to convince a farmers to change from one crop to another crop, it is not an easy task, first of all, right? Another thing is that the benefits which he is currently getting from growing all the traditional crops or crops which our government is providing a lot of MSP to them. So a lot of financial support is there already available. So it is difficult for him to convince anyone to go and change that traditional cropping system. So here I would like to urge that the role of all of us who are present in this hall, from the corporate as well as from the startups, it becomes more important, and even from the government side, how to change this entire ecosystem and how to convince all these farmers to change from their traditional system. They need actually support and hand-holding on that front, right? So until unless we are giving them support in terms of changing their, shifting it from paddy, let's say, to another crop, or from wheat to another crop, or maybe bringing in a third crop in between the Rabi and Kharif crop. So we need to create ecosystem for that, and probably we have to push and support him with right kind of inputs, right kind of information, right kind of technology, and more so right kind of access to the market, right? So until unless we have given him the access of market for growing those commodities, I think it is difficult for him to grow that commodity, right? So we need to understand why farmer is not growing that crop. So this is the basic reason, right? So why crop diversification is required? A farmer is ready to grow the crop. Now the problem is that why he is not adopting any other crop is very simple, right? So for if you talk about it from a layman point of view, that he is not growing that particular crop because he doesn't find the market for it, maybe, or he is not being provided the right kind of return for growing that crop, right? So until unless we promote those kind of crops, that okay, you grow, you replace this crop with another crop, and we are there ready to support you in terms of technology, in terms of input, and even in terms of buyback. I don't find any other reason that he will not shift to that crop. And this becomes very important for us as a global citizens now, because we can see that there are a lot of impact which is happening. The soil is depletion of soil, organic matter, and then probably the lot of climate change which is happening. So we need, this has become the need of the time to shift from traditional cropping systems to crop diversification, not only for the sustainability point of view, but even for all of us, right? India has got like as you this is nothing new, right? So most of the crops we are the one of the either the largest producer or the second largest producer globally, right? But on the other side, we the productivity of all our crops are on the average, right? So there is a huge gap. When we talk about like crop diversification for doubling of the farmers' income, I see a very simple solution that even if it's very simple and achievable for me to see from outside, just by seeing the sheer numbers, right? So because we are the largest producer, this just because the acreages are more, but we are, if you see that our productivity is half. So if we reduce that area and bring the productivity up, I think that we can solve both the problem of food self-sufficiency as well as restoring all the soil content and all the other things, right? So the need of the hour is to develop those kind of varieties, come up with those kind of package of practices where we can actually improve the productivity, and the rest of the land can be actually used for crop diversification, sir. And so this is the thing. Whereas we have been providing a lot of solutions in terms of customized advisory, call center, we are connecting our farmers digitally as well as phygital, in a phygital model, right? So this is the way we are trying to help in supporting to achieve these goals. Currently, as of now, we have got roughly more than 6,000 odd Dehat centers, which are reaching out to more than 10 lakh farmers. We are reaching out to them also through our digital platform, providing them farm solutions and crop advisories. We closely work with scientific community and agronomists. We have our own team of agronomists who work closely with the farmers. So this is how we are trying to solve or address this issue in our own way. Probably from PhD, I would like to urge on the policy front that if companies like ours and corporates who are working in this sector, if they can be supported to or incentivized for pushing this agenda of crop diversification. It will help us to go a long way, because there is a cost involved in implementing all these kind of programs. And then I strongly believe that it makes sense to incentivize all those guys who are actually trying to achieve this goal. This is ultimately going to reduce a lot of burden, both on financial front as well as on the front of climate change and economy and all those things. With all these words, I would like to stop here, and the house is open for discussion. If you want to ask any questions, I am ready to answer. Thank you. Yeah, any questions? Anyone who can ask, or you can ask. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that also. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Dinesh.
Maybe now, yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the words. So I know that Dehat has done a couple of acquisitions recently. I would like to know, when we are talking about doubling the farmer's income, right? When a startup, when a company going big over there as a big fish, and why acquisitions and all, do you think, I mean, the state of monopoly, once it comes into the picture, will it be a boon or ban for the local farmer, which is sitting at a very, last mile locality over there? Or will it be supported, like in doubling the income, because the privatization has gone to that level, right? Will it be supporting, or will it be, determinant? So I would like to know your words on that, on the same.
So I am still not able to understand what exactly you want to know from me, right? So
yeah, so I would like to know your view, basically, like once the companies are getting big, and when we are talking about doubling farmers' income, so the monopoly status that comes in the area where you have the well penetration, like you talked about 6,000 centers and all. So over there, going big, being a startup company or otherwise, is it a boon or a ban for the last mile farmer, or will it be a supportive? I mean, do you see any challenge over there, or will it be a much more supportive side?
yeah, so I think that the market is too big for all of us, right? So maybe 6,000 is a very small number if we see the entire ecosystem, right? So I still believe that there is a huge opportunity for all of us, and in fact, as the market will grow and mature, I think it is going to actually benefit the farmers at the end of the day, because they will be having better option to choose from, and it will become still more competitive for all of us to offer the better kind of services to all these farmers. So it is good for entire ecosystem, and I think it will help all of us, right? So according to me, yeah. Thank you.
Hello. I have one question actually. Hello.
Yeah. Important point. I think I would like to emphasize that you mentioned about how you have to handhold a farmer for him to shift his cropping pattern and create ecosystem. Very, very valid. Thank you very much. I would invite our next speaker, Dr. Amrinder Pani. Dr. Amrinder Pani, he holds a Master of Arts, MA in Education, a doctorate in education discipline. He has more than 25 years of experience in the field of higher education, educational policy research. At present, he is the Joint Director and Director IC of the Research Division of AIU, which is the Association of Indian Universities. He has a very, very illustrious career in the field of education and research. So, Dr. Pani, may I invite you for your thoughts, please?
Sir, I have one question, sir. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you tell us in detail about the crop preservation technology for better food processing purpose actually? So the crop preservation is bit of a challenge nowadays. So could you emphasize in this subject actually, please? Thank you.
Question to whom?
To anyone of the panel speaker. No issue.
Okay. Let's cover that. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Sri Anil Jain,
Executive Director, Crystal Crop, my distinguished panelists like Sri Dinesh Chauhanji, Madam Namrata, Raju Kapoor Sahab has already left. In fact, I am one of the unconventional panelists in this panel. Reason being, I come from the university sector and last 25 years has very illustrious manner. Jain Saab spoken about the profile. I have been totally engaged in policy research. I am a teacher and professor of measurement and evaluation, research methodologist. These are the areas I have been working with. So I think I am an unconventional panelist for this panel, but I have some stake on agriculture issues. I belong to a family of agriculture family, basically to a rural belt. And the place where I lived, where I studied the earlier part of my education was totally dependent upon the agriculture things and agriculture income. My feeling is that we have some inherent contradiction about the agriculture ecosystem. One way we say that India is a country of agriculture, and the other way there is many misconnection, mislinking of the agriculture ecosystem. And thanks to the present government, at least a concern has been raised. Some initiative is being taken to double the income of the farmers. Of course, that is one of the very, very important aspect of the present circumstance, is our country is at the cusp of harnessing all of our natural resources, human capital and everything directed towards the promotion and development of our country, growth and prosperity of our country. So therefore, this time is aptly, and I feel very, it's a pleasure for me and a privilege also to be included in this panel. Thanks to Madam Millie Dubey and thanks to PhD Chambers of Commerce. Lots of things has been spoken since the morning. People have suggested the strategies. I am not, as I said, you're not an agriculturalist, but I feel there is some gap in connection with the promotion of rural technology. Number one, since I come from the university sector, I represent in this panel, my representation is based on the university side because I am from Association of Universities. So I urge my young friends, those who are sitting at the other end in this auditorium, most of them may be connected with the university system, college system, and see the Indian Agriculture Association and Indian Association of Indian Agriculture Universities. There is one organization called ICAR, right? The question I asked to Madam Secretary, first of all, I think the Food Processing Ministry and the Agriculture Ministry must connect with the universities. Universities are the citadels of learning where the agriculture departments, agriculture research is taking place. They are coming up with new ideas, innovations, entrepreneurship, startups, so many things are happening. So therefore, I think some massive efforts should be done at the university level to promote the things, especially promoting the technology and training of the farmers. Startup, all these things has to be promoted if at all we want to promote the doubling the income of the farmers. Number one point, as I said, many people have already shared, it's a technology-oriented agriculture should be there because a large portion of the country, places in our country is still agriculture is happening through the manual system and not through advanced agriculture, science and technology. Then due care for water and irrigation, that is also necessity. Today, still after even 70, 75 years, we have passed from the independence, still some of the areas are under irrigated, water arrangement properly is not being provided to the farmers. These aspects needs to be taken care of. Then quality of seeds, of course, many speakers have said about this, fertilizers, agrochemicals, and promotion of rural technology I have already discussed. Then training of farmers. Since I have seen nowadays also every 3 to 6 months I visited my hometown, I have never seen the VLW people, village level welfare, these people or their Sangathan organization. We have their agriculture extension centers, but I do not find them to be active. So sitting here in the such kind of auditorium and discussing the things will not help as long as we will not translate the action at the grassroots level. So then this is the issue of extension workers, village level welfare officers. They have to take a very proactive role. Then agro markets in a nearby vicinity is of course required to definitely help the farmers to sell their products. And there's a food processing parks in the nearby vicinity, providing them the cold storage facility in their nearest places, nearest proximity. And these are some of the, I think, active mechanisms that can be adopted to raise the income of the farmers. And I believe in one thing, as I said you, there are many missing links in the ecosystem of agriculture that needs to be addressed and seriously addressed. This is a concern. And let me tell you, the concern is that when all the musical instruments are played in an unsynchronized manner, it makes cacophony. If all the musical instruments are played in a synchronized manner, that makes a symphony. I hope I have given the indication to what kind of steps are required to promote the ecosystem of agriculture. Other technical sessions, I think, will be addressed by many people, those who have been really working. As I said, Madam Namrata has been working on the Honey Alliance, and our Dinesh ji is also connected with this Dehat group, and Anil Sahab and all our panelists, they are connected with the agriculture sector. I think they will be having expertise to address the issues in a better manner. I would like to conclude my a few ideas and thought process sharing with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pani. I think a very valid point of how all the players need to work together in one synchronized way to create the highest impact. Fully agree with that. I would now like to invite Mrs. Namrata Khanna. You know, in the morning we heard about beekeeping and how beekeepers are concerned about the new GST rule. We have now a person who is directly involved in beekeeping. She is the director of India Honey Alliance. She's a seasoned professional, having worn many hats in her 30 years of varied experience. And she has experience across a large number of organizations. She has done her master's in English and with certificates in marketing and PR and certificate in business management from Oxford Brookes University. She is also an educator, having taught children with learning disabilities along with others. A varied personality, and we would be happy to know her very different role as in the Indian Honey Alliance. May I invite Mrs. Namrata Khanna for her thoughts, please.
If you don't mind, along with being the youngest, he's the youngest, but I'm the shortest. So I think I'm happy if I sit here. Is everyone okay with that? Oh, yes. If you don't mind.
Please feel comfortable and speak from your chair.
Found a working one. So a lot of people have spoken about a lot of things today. And I just wanted to ask the audience, because I think this panel is not meant for anybody really from the industry. The industry knows what the problems are, whether it's agriculture or the government or whoever it may be. I know what my problems are. So I would actually like to ask all of you here, how many of you really know about the birds and the bees? Oops, bees. Anyone familiar with the bee world? Yes. At all? You certainly are. Anyone else? Yes, it does sting at times when you do orchid. Yes, you said you were familiar with the bees world, the world of the bees, right? So I wouldn't want to try and tell you what all about the bees, but all I can say is that the bees are actually the biggest pollinators of the world. That is their primary job. Mother Nature put them there on earth for that purpose only. Honey, as we buy it from them or we steal it from them, actually is their own food. The beehive that they create is for their own sustenance and staying there. The bee venom they create is for their own purpose. The royal jelly is meant for the queen bee. All of these things that are created by the bees are for themselves. However, having said that, these products are in great demand across the Western world. Unfortunately, not so much in our own world or in our own country because of the lack of awareness. So India Honey Alliance, particularly the company that I work for, and I run this organization, it's a not-for-profit organization, and our primary job is to try and create awareness for honey, become the voice of the honey and the beekeeping industry towards the government, towards other stakeholders, so that this industry can really come up in a big way. And coming to the topic of the day, especially about how to double a farmer's income, I will tell you one or two very, very practical and very simple models which have been adopted across the world and across India to actually double the income of the farmers. So some of you may be surprised to hear that the income doubling can actually happen from anything between 10% to 80%. Now that's a huge, huge gap, and that's a huge figure. So depending on the kind of crops, if it's lentils or tur dal or something, through the pollination and through managing to retain some of the beehives or strong beehives, as little as 5 beehives in a plot of land of 1 acre only. If there are lentils growing there, the crop, the increase in the crop and the income can be as little as 10 to 20%. However, if this is changed into fruits or vegetables or creeping plants, it can be actually as large as 80%. And this is a massive figure, which may seem a little strange, but the model is very simple. If the bees and the beehives and the bee boxes are used as purely pollination services, then yes, it can give you this service for as simple as 1 acre of land. So typically a lot of farmers, they tend to just use the services of bees as pollinators. They would keep about say 4 or 5 bee boxes in their farm. Pollination would happen and automatically their own agricultural produce would go up, therefore doubling their income or increasing their income. The other model also is a slightly more advanced model and more lucrative in terms of honey, where migratory honey processes are used, where migration is done and anything between, on a practical basis, about 35 to 40 kilos of honey can actually be produced per beehive over 4 or 5 harvests in 1 year, which is done through migration. This in any case does give you higher pollination and therefore a much bigger yield in your produce, as well as gives you other products like honey, like propolis, pollen, bee venom, royal jelly, etc. Now, it's not that easy to say कि आपने एक beehive का डब्बा लगा लिया and चलो farmer जाओ जी ले अपनी जिंदगी और उगा ले जितना मर्जी. It doesn't work like that. It's not that simple. It's not जी ले अपनी जिंदगी सिमरन kind of a story. Yes, the government, the stakeholders have to come in together, especially from the government side. Like this 5% GST now has become an issue because it will get passed on right down to the bottom level of farmers, whereas earlier it was 0%, now it is 5%. Yes, it is an issue. Other issues are like standardizing. Every product which comes out of a beehive, unfortunately, does not have set standards. And we need that to create a demand across the world. In fact, not just across the world, even Indian celebrities, most of these actors, actresses, etc., a lot of them use royal jelly. It has massive anti-aging properties. Propolis, pollen. Pollen is very high on proteins. I do know that quietly a lot of athletes use pollen to increase their protein in their bodies. And I can see one gentleman out there nodding his head He clearly knows a lot more about it than I do, and I would love to have a chat with you a little later on this. All of these products currently are being imported because of the lack of standardization in India. And like it was spoken about, that because of Ministry of Ayush, also from the nutraceutical point of view, medicinal point of view, these products are extremely beneficial. And it's not as if the bees cannot be used for pollination and increasing incomes. It gives you a double income capacity. So a farmer, and biggest thing, like we spoke about the cooperative society very recently, very soon, just now we had that conversation about the milk, where women are the leaders in this. In India, tribal women do this regularly in their backyards. It needs to be brought to the fore. I know at least only, unfortunately, I know 4 women who have really brought up this beekeeping and honey making as an industry much higher than where it really needs to be. UTMT Society is one of them. Keystone Foundation is one of them. Training is a big issue, which is required. And it is not a training which can be given in a room like this. Theory can be done here. It has to be done practically on the ground. To pick up a session from what Mr. Dr. Pani just spoke about, that we need to have ground level reality. And the reality today also is that, yes, and I have some of the panelists here who work in the pesticides area, that no, we cannot do away with pesticides. The reality of today is, while mobiles are bad for you, but can anyone really give up their mobiles? None of you have given up your mobiles. So there has to be a balance. There has to be a working towards how to coexist in harmony with the bee world. It's only a 3-month cycle. When we see bees in our lands, and urban beekeeping is a very easy thing to do. You have no idea about the amount of benefits one can reap from that. And the job of India Honey Alliance is actually to try and do that, to take the awareness into everyone, to speak to the government, to try and find out different ways and means of increasing this industry. Very simply, what happens, like the gentleman out there said, yes, when the bees come along, they sting us. Do you know something, that the bee will never sting you unless it is not in mortal danger? Because once they sting you, they die. So they actually do that. It's a do or die attempt for them. And they know they will die. They're one of the most highly intelligent and the most evolved creatures on Mother Earth. They're supposed to be 50% more intelligent than a dog. And a dog is supposed to be a highly intelligent animal. They have an evolved society. So bees and don't just give us pollination and a simple way of increasing our crop and doubling the farmer income. They also form a very, very strong relationship with the farmer. They manage to get emotionally stressed. Some of you may be having pets. You may be realizing that your dogs, how many of you have pets? You do realize that your pets do get stressed if there is a lot of shouting, screaming, fighting going on in the house. And they take out their stress. Bee health is a very important factor. Again, coming down to the grassroots level. How to maintain happiness in your beehive. Because if they get stressed, they're not able to produce that kind of honey. They give out secretions, which clearly show that they're highly stressed, and automatically all of the products that we supposedly harness from them are reduced. So all I need to really tell anybody and everybody out here is that there is something called living in harmony, like he just said. Let's kind of play together. It's easier to win the game that way, rather than saying down with pesticides, up with the farmer, down with the money, down with the trader. We all really, really need to coexist. And that's all I have to say. Any questions? I'll be happy to take them. But I think we should have the questions first for Dr. Pani, and there were some questions which were pending. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, panelist. Ma'am, I'm from MIT University, AG Vaishnadev. So, ma'am, अभी आप ग्राउंड रियलिटी के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, एज इम्पोर्टेंट बीज कितने इंपॉर्टेंस है फार्मिंग के लिए. जब हम अप्रोच करते हैं, like I just want to know about the perspective and vision of farmers. जैसे कि बीज हाइव के बारे में लाइक हाउस होल्ड में रखना है, व्हाट्स देयर पर्सपेक्टिव व्हेन वी अप्रोच देम, व्हाट्स देयर लाइक क्या कहते हैं, प्रैक्टिकली ट्रेनिंग देना सब कुछ अलग है। फर्स्ट व्हाट्स देयर रिस्पॉन्स, क्योंकि जितना बीज इंपॉर्टेंट है हम यहाँ बैठ के बात कर रहे हैं, वी नो अबाउट दैट, थियोरेटिकली हमें पता चल गया, बट व्हेन वी एक्सप्लेन देम रियलिटी कुछ अलग होता है, वो समझने के लिए कोशिश नहीं करते। लाइक हाँ इंपॉर्टेंट है पर वी वांट अर्निंग, लाइक हमारा जैसिक हाउस होल्ड है, तो हम जब बीज के बारे में इतना इंपॉर्टेंस हम जानते हैं यहाँ थ्योरेटिकली, उनको एक्सप्लेन करना भी एक बड़ा सा चैलेंज है। सो व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स व्हिच वी टेक लाइक?
यस यू आर राइट, जब तक उनको प्रैक्टिकली नहीं बताया जाएगा
Yes.
तो किसी को ये बात समझ नहीं आती।
Yes.
लेकिन एग्रीकल्चर एक ऐसा फील्ड है जिसमें ओवरनाइट रिजल्ट तो नहीं आ सकते
No,
ना,
no.
उसको बना के करके एज प्रैक्टिकल। अभी वेरी रिसेंटली आई रेड अबाउट अ मैन हु स्टार्टेड ऑफ विद एज लिटिल एज 1,500 rupees. He is actually making a profit about 15 lakhs per annum now. तो ये ऐसा काम नहीं है जो नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि इसमें लागत बहुत छोटी है। एक बी बॉक्स अलॉन्ग विद एवरी पॉसिबल इक्विपमेंट करीबन 3 से 5,000 के बीच में बन जाता है। अगर आपके पास 1 एकड़ जमीन अपनी भी नहीं है तो आप किसी फार्मर की फार्म पे भी ये 5 डब्बे लगा सकते हैं। सरकार इसके लिए सब्सिडीज देती है। अगर आप इंडिया हनी अलायंस को अप्रोच करेंगे, वी विल ट्राई एंड मेक श्योर, we will try and become a go-between for you and the government to see how it can be done. We also have a mentorship program. हमारी membership भी है। अगर हमारे पास काफ़ी बी कीपर्स हैं जो हमारे members हैं, जिनके लिए हम थोड़ा बहुत काम करते हैं, कोशिश करते हैं कि उनके जितने भी issues हैं वो थोड़े से resolve हो जाएं। कर्नाटका के हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट से अभी हम मिल के आए हैं, जिन्होंने हमें अश्योर किया है कि they will help us in set up sessions for their beekeepers, especially in the Karnataka region. बिकॉज कूर्ग एरिया में हनी बहुत प्रोड्यूस होता है और बहुत बढ़िया हनी होता है। इंडिया में 5 या 6 सेक्टर्स ऐसे हैं, क्लस्टर्स हैं जहां हनी प्रोड्यूस होता है, और भरतपुर एक है, कश्मीर एक है, कूर्ग एरिया एक है, इस तरह से काफ़ी है। और नैफेड एंड गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू काफ़ी ज़्यादा ये क्लस्टर्स प्रमोट भी किए जा रहे हैं। तो यू आर राइट इन अ वे ऑफ सेइंग कि जब तक किसी को प्रैक्टिकल चीज़ नहीं दिखेगी वो नहीं करेगा। लेकिन ये भी कहना गलत है कि आप एक बी बॉक्स के साथ आपको उसका मुनाफा मिल जाएगा, वो नहीं मिलेगा। मैं एक बहुत प्रैक्टिकल बात करा रही हूँ। कम से कम आपके पास अगर 5 बी बॉक्सेस आप मैनेज करते हैं, और जिसके लिए फंडिंग भी आपको सरकार के द्वारा मिल जाती है, KVIC के थ्रू मिलती है, आपको ट्रेनिंग भी मिलती है, CBRTI ट्रेनिंग देता है, इंडिया हनी अलायंस भी उनके साथ मिलके, हमारा AOAC के साथ टाई अप है, हम लोग मिलके एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स भी ऑर्गेनाइज करने वाले हैं अभी बहुत जल्द। इनके द्वारा अगर आप 5 बॉक्सेस भी अरेंज करते हैं और उसको आप लगाते हैं किसी के फार्म पे, FPO के थ्रू भी ये काम हो सकता है, जरूरी नहीं है कि आपकी अपनी जमीन हो। अगर आप FPO के थ्रू भी ये काम करते हैं, उनके द्वारा भी ये काम करते हैं, तो आपको रिजल्ट निश्चित है कि मिलेगा। हाँ, लेकिन करने का तरीका, हर एक चीज का एक तरीका होता है, एक प्रॉपर साइंटिफिक बी कीपिंग जिसको कहा जाता है, उस तरीके से अगर की जाए तो ये हो नहीं सकता कि आपको इसका मुनाफा ना मिले। Does that answer your question?
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Let me supplement the question of answer of madam. एक एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ, जो अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ लैंड अगर आपके पास नहीं है। दिस इज ए स्टोरी, एनेक्डोट अबाउट कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी। आई थिंक somebody must be there in the audience. 2005 में IIT मद्रास में, मैडम थोड़ा सा खड़ा होकर बात करने से ना हमें एनर्जी आता है, तो 2005 में IIT मद्रास में I was organizing a vice chancellor's conference on generating resource for universities, right? Because the government funding was drying up. This was a major concern. So from Association of Indian Universities, we took the initiative and the conference was organized. वहाँ एक व्यक्ति से हमारी बात हुआ जो कि कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे थे। As such, my alma mater is पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी चंडीगढ़ also. तो इशू ये था सर, जो लोकल एरिया में किसान लोग थे, बहुत गरीब किसान थे, उनके पास लैंड नहीं था। जो वहाँ के एग्रीकल्चर एंड एक्सटेंशन डिपार्टमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी में एक था, वो लोकल कम्युनिटी में जब उनसे प्रॉब्लम के बारे में थोड़ा इंक्वायरी कर रहे थे टू कनेक्ट द यूनिवर्सिटी विद द कम्युनिटी अफेयर्स, उनको पता चला कि किसान कह रहे हैं हमारे पास जमीन नहीं है, हम खेती करने के लिए तैयार हैं। कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी की कैंपस में ह्यूज लैंड अनयूटिलाइज पड़ा था, ह्यूज लैंड। तो सडनली द आइडिया स्ट्रक टू द माइंड, मे बी टू द वाइस चांसलर और किसी डीन के दिमाग में आया होगा, तो उन्होंने उस लैंड को उनको दे दिया, भाई ये इससे इतने एकड़ लैंड है, 5-10 किसान को उनको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया कि आप इस पे खेती करेंगे। और आपकी खेती को साइंटिफिकली मॉनिटर हमारे एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट करेगा। एंड द रिजल्ट, लेट मी कट शॉर्ट द स्टोरी, द रिजल्ट वाज एक्सीलेंट, राइट? इट वाज बेनिफिटिंग द फार्मर्स, दे वर रियली वेरी वेरी हैप्पी कि उनको इतना इनकम जनरेट हो रहा है, और यूनिवर्सिटी को भी इनकम काफी जनरेट रेवेन्यूज में हो रहा था विदाउट एनी एफर्ट, right? And the total agriculture and every plan and everything was very very seriously monitored by their agriculture science department. Similarly, जो बात मैंने मैडम को जो सवाल पूछा था, निफ्टम इज आवर मेंबर, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फूड टेक्नोलॉजी जो इसमें है ना, वो हमारी मेंबर है। अगर फूड मिनिस्ट्री को सिर्फ उनको पॉलिसी देना है, आप ये करेंगे वो करेंगे, हम एक बात हमेशा हायर एजुकेशन कॉन्फ्रेंस में, आवर फ्रेंड इज फ्रॉम फॉरेन कंट्री, लेट मी स्पीक इन इंग्लिश. In fact, in every conference, we used to speak about policy. But you trust me, ladies and gentlemen, there is a gross disconnect between the policy and practice, what is happening at the ground. As I told you, I belong to an agriculture family. What we have been discussing here, I do not see it in the ground. The VLWs, they don't even go to the farmers. There is no training of farmers. Lots of issues. If we really do something honestly, and very sensitively, I think things can accomplish. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. My name is Himanshu here. I have a question to all the panelists. Like we have people from policy as well. We have people from Honey Alliance, and we have people from the industry as well. So on reality, that's our fact of the matter is the bee population is declining very rapidly, and it's happening worldwide. And the trend seems to be irreversible. My question to all of you is, there is a conscious effort from the government as well as on the policy side to develop an ecosystem so that that population can be preserved and then later propagated? Is there a kind of standardization or some certification where we can certify our insecticide as a bee safe insecticide or so? Is there a conscious effort on that front or not?
Let me just answer a part of it. Yes, there is a very strict method by which pesticides are registered, and in case there is, which includes testing on the toxicity to bees, and there are very strict rules on how to use it. So there is an infrastructure. I must thank Namrata ji for introducing this very sweet topic of honey. And I also was very pleasantly surprised this element of diversification for a farmer, where he increases his productivity of the crop as well as have incremental income. I would just request Director Millie Dubey to guide me, because we are crossed 1 o'clock. So should we close and take the question then?
Quickly, we'll take a couple of questions because I have one question. So I'm including mine in that.
So we can't exclude your question. So please go ahead.
So my question is to Namrata. So we are talking about this diversification for beekeeping, and I'm also enlightened today. And I have this experience of 13 years of working with farmers in FPO. So I want to understand, are we doing anything for it to make it organized sector, or doing a lot of capacity building programs? Eventually it has to reach to farmers and they have to get benefit out of it. So are we doing any organized programs, capacity building? Is there any schedule for it so that I can take it forward with the FPOs and stuff?
Yes, we are planning, because we are a non-governmental organization. We are planning the first training session in September end. So yes, you can take that up. That will be an online session for a couple of days. But right now, what I would really request anybody in this field to really come and tell us what is the ground reality and what kind of training do they need on the ground. It is very easy for me to say and sit down and say, हम आपको एक डब्बा दे देंगे, आप इस डब्बे को ऐसे सेट करिए, वैसे सेट करिए. लेकिन उस फार्मर की तमिलनाडु में और कर्नाटका में सिचुएशन बिल्कुल फर्क है, और उसकी भरतपुर में सिचुएशन बिल्कुल फर्क है. लोकल कंडीशंस, जैसे वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट का प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, हम बोलते हैं, एंड इन द कॉर्पोरेट पार्लेंस, दिस होल थिंग ऑफ globalization and global thought processes there. but it is also there, think global, but work local. So if we don't work on the local areas and what our endeavor is going to be in the coming years, we are a very young organization, Millie, to answer your question. We've only been there for about a year and a half or so. But the endeavor is going to be to have, and very soon we will be putting this in practice, to have local chapters which work with the local farmers and local FPOs with their own ground reality. We have more than ample trainers, more than ample on-ground, real-time information in theory and in practice, because most of the beekeepers that I've just met very recently, and some of the beekeepers have actually become beekeepers after having separate education. I know of a beekeeper who's a mechanical engineer by profession, by his education, but he has moved into beekeeping as a profession. And he's actually scaled up his business from literally one box to almost a 5 CR company today. And he's done this in the last 8 to 10 years. And that's no small feat. It's a very, very big achievement. And he's simply done it because of the passion of beekeeping. So yes, we have more than ample people who can give on-ground training. And I would be very, very grateful to anybody and everybody who could come and give us either information or tell us what sort of a training would they actually require from the educational institutes in agriculture, as well as people who have taken these trainings and found them to be either useful or useless. It can only be one of the two. So I'd be very grateful. And frankly, I am an educator, and any bit of education, if it's only theory and it's not experiential, can just be binned. We've all read books. We've all come up from that system. But having taught for the bulk of my, for a long time, I do know that till the time you don't do it yourself and you don't put it into practice, you can't even tell me whether even my teaching is any good or not. And that's the kind of help that I would require. So thank you for that.
Sir, may I just react, Anil sir, with your kind permission? I'm Dr. Yogesh Srivastava.
Please.
Yeah. Ma'am, as I have been saying this in the inaugural also, and as our president has said, any chamber of commerce, when we call ourselves that we are a business chamber, and as Amarendra ji has also said, whatever their policy is there, it is not on the ground, which is almost a fact. At the end of the day, we work on 3 C's: convergence, collaboration, and connectivity. Whatever your programs are there, whatever your information in terms of training is there, we have a very inspired lady with us who is Director Agri and Food, and of course Ajay, my colleague, is there who is taking care of the supply chain. Please do share such kind of informations with us. We have a connect with 150,000 companies, and I want to react on the question which the young man asked. The bee is basically, getting, minimized, and we are not. I don't agree with this. Why? I come from a rural background. I'm also a son of a soil. My village is on the border of UP and Bihar. Basically, the idea is to train, to tell these youngsters that beekeeping is a full-fledged business.
Thank you for that. That is
Number one.
such a valid point that you've made today.
Number 2 is, if you have all such, on some areas, bee chattas and all such kind of things, and you are actually taking, the honey from there and all that. But since you are not trained, so at the end of the day, we really need to basically connect with certain FPOs and then educate them that, boss, these youngsters are roaming here and there in the village and they don't have anything to do. Let us start this as a business. That is point number 1. Second, why I am giving you this, example, we have a very important member. His name is NM Kejriwal, though it has got nothing to do with the Delhi Chief Minister. He is a honey exporter. And Mr. Kejriwal's son, Prakash, I know him very well. I don't know, he is going to be there in the next, maybe post-lunch, we have requested him to come. And whatever he manufactures, he exports that. And what they have done, they have taken 17 to 18 villages in eastern part of UP and Bihar, and they are basically training the youngsters. that instead of just roaming here and there and doing Jindabad, Murdabad in the villages, start with the beekeeping. So I think that's our job. And so that we can connect with our regional and resident directors over there. And as Amarendra ji has said, policy जब तक हम बताएंगे नहीं, लोगों को समझाएंगे नहीं, लोगों को ये नहीं बताएंगे कि भाई इससे आपको इतना फायदा होगा, then only people are going to be benefited out. Thank you, Anil sir, for giving.
Good point. Thank you.
And I think
Just like to add, madam must be feeling that all the panelists' responsibility is on me, my shoulder. All the questions are being directed. लेकिन मैडम
ये क्या शुरू कर दिया मैंने बीज का?
नहीं, एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात ये है जो जोगेश जी ने बताया, मैडम इसके साथ क्या हमारे देश में ये जो हनी बी कीपिंग, इसको एक्रेडिट करने के लिए भी कोई पॉलिसी इन प्लेस है? इसको रिकॉग्निशन, एक ऑफिशियल रिकॉग्निशन देना, रिकॉग्नाइज करना, सो दैट कि लोग इसको प्रोफेशनली जुड़े, rather than सिर्फ अर्निंग सम मनी, कि उनको कोई रिकॉग्निशन, एक्रेडिटेशन सर्टिफिकेट. दैट वाज द पार्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन asked by that young man. Ma'am, please address it.
Yes, there is a system, NBB, NBHM, जो अभी बहुत रिसेंटली प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लॉन्च किया है ये प्रोग्राम्स, इनके थ्रू काफी काम हो रहा है. लेकिन एक बात आई वांट टू से, जो सबसे बड़ा एक चैलेंज आता है जो काफी इंडस्ट्रीज में, जो बाकी एग्रीकल्चर इंडस्ट्रीज में नहीं है, वो है आंकड़ों का डेटा. आज की डेट में हनी के बारे में एब्सोल्युटली एक्यूरेट डेटा अभी भी अवेलेबल नहीं है. The problem with that is estimates say between APIDA, between NBB, between all of them, estimates say that 1.7 lakh metric tons के आसपास हनी इंडिया में प्रोड्यूस होता है. अब उसका कोई सॉलिड वैलिडेशन नहीं है, इसलिए मैंने आंकड़े दिए भी नहीं यहाँ पे. एक्चुअली क्या है, 3.4 बी कॉलोनीज है, 3.4 लाख बी कॉलोनीज, वेरस हमारी कैपेसिटी इंडिया की है करीबन 20 लाख कॉलोनीज से ज्यादा बढ़ाने की. इससे भी कहीं ज्यादा बढ़ सकती हैं, बिकॉज लाइक यू वेरी राइटली सेड, लिटरली गांव के नुक्कड़ में, एक एक गली गली में ये हो सकता है. अर्बन बी कीपिंग इज अगेन वेरी बिग. एक बी टूरिज्म बन सकता है, बहुत आसान है उसको करना, जो फॉरेन कंट्रीज में होता है, और उसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. किसी भी फार्म पे जब हम जाते हैं, वहां पे अगर बी हाइव्स पड़े हों या बी बॉक्सेस पड़े हों, दैट इज अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग टूरिज्म अट्रैक्शन फॉर अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल, स्पेशली इन द राजस्थान बेल्ट, बिकॉज राजस्थान में तो टूरिज्म वैसे ही इतना ज्यादा होता है, केरला में इतना ज्यादा टूरिज्म होता है, कर्नाटका में होता है, कश्मीर में होता है. कश्मीर हनी, अकेशिया हनी इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फेमस इन द वर्ल्ड. इट्स वन ऑफ द टेस्टीएस्ट दैट वी हैव. इंडिया में आप मानेंगे मस्टर्ड फील्ड्स कितने ज्यादा होते हैं, आपने हर एक ने देखा है, लेकिन सारा का सारा मस्टर्ड हनी क्या होता है, बाहर देश जाता है. हमारे देश में नहीं बिकता है, क्योंकि क्रिस्टलाइजेशन हो जाती है, और हम उसको मानते हैं कि हो ये तो क्रिस्टलाइजेशन हो गई, इसमें चीनी मिला हुआ है, ये तो खराब हनी है, इसको फेंक दीजिए. बट दैट इज नॉट ट्रू, बिकॉज दैट प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ दैट हनी इज लाइक दैट. यूकेलिप्टस हनी है हमारे पास, इट इज हाईली थेरेप्यूटिक. और जो बीज की अगर मैं बात करूं, अर्बन सिटीज में कितनी बारी है, आप लोगों के घरों में कितने बारी आपने देखा है कि मधुमक्खी के छत्ते बने होंगे? हाथ खड़ा करेंगे, बने थे? आप लोगों ने क्या किया, कोई भी बताएंगे? तोड़ दिया, पत्थर मार के तोड़ दिया. पेस्ट कंट्रोल वालों को बुलाया, कितने लोगों ने पेस्ट कंट्रोल वालों को बुलाया? बताइए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हाथ खड़ा कर सकते हैं. क्योंकि मैंने भी, जब मैं छोटी थी, मुझे मालूम नहीं था, तो मैंने भी पेस्ट कंट्रोल वालों को बुलाया. वन थिंग इफ यू नोटिस, पेस्ट कंट्रोल वाले क्या करेंगे, अगर आप पत्थर मार के फेंक के तोड़ देंगे ना, वो बहुत अच्छी बात है, कम से कम आपने केवल उसको पत्थर मारा है, उसमें 1 या 2 ही बीज आपकी मरेंगी. पेस्ट कंट्रोल वालों को अगर आप बुलाएंगे, वो क्या करेंगे, आपने देखा है, वो घोलते हैं, केमिकल्स घोलते हैं, और अगर वो उसका स्प्रे गन नहीं होती है, तो वो मग से उठा के ऐसे फेंकते हैं उसके ऊपर. उससे क्या होता है आपको मालूम है? हजारों बीज उसी समय मर के गिर जाती हैं. और इससे बड़ा, मतलब हमारे शास्त्रों में हर जगह लिखा है कि जीव हत्या महापाप है. और आप एक बी को, जो आपको पॉलिनेशन देती है, आपको 5 ऐसे नायाब प्रोडक्ट्स मिलते हैं, जिससे आपको मालूम है, बी हाइव का कोई भी एक हिस्सा है जो वेस्ट नहीं होता. एवरी पार्ट इज यूटिलाइज्ड. हनी कोम्ब को आप चबा भी सकते हैं, इट्स वेरी गुड फॉर योर टीथ. हनी आप खाते हैं, it has therapeutic value. Yes, आप प्रोपोलिस खाते हैं, प्रोपोलिस एक प्रोडक्ट है जो आपके टूथपेस्ट, शैम्पूज वगैरह में यूज होता है. पोलन है, बी वेनम है, रॉयल जेली है. तो कोई भी आप प्रोडक्ट ले लीजिए, कुछ भी उसका बर्बाद नहीं होता। और हम क्या करते हैं, केवल एक 3 महीने का पीरियड है, आप वो 3 महीने वो बीज के साथ कोएग्जिस्ट कीजिए। मानिए वो अपने आप ही वो जाके अपने बी हाइव बना के दूसरी जगह एक और अपनी कॉलोनी कहीं और जाके बना लेंगे, उनका टाइम पीरियड ही वो है। तो 3 महीने के लिए उनके साथ शांति में, सुख शांति में बिता लीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, और आपको बेनिफिट ज्यादा मिलेगा, और हमारे एग्रीकल्चर को बेनिफिट ज्यादा मिलेगा। और आपको सबसे बड़ा बात आपको ये नहीं लगेगा कि ओहो ये देखिए किस तरह से वो जब मर के गिरती है, कभी देखिएगा, योर हार्ट विल ब्रेक, आई प्रॉमिस यू दैट। एंड आई कैन ऑल्सो अश्योर यू, आज के बाद आप बी के छत्ते को कभी आप इस तरह से केमिकल से लेके ना तोड़ेंगे और ना ही उन बीज को मारेंगे। तो ये एजुकेशन थोड़ी सी और लोगों में फैला दीजिए। यहाँ पे करीबन 100 लोग तो बैठे होंगे मोटा मोटी, तो अगर आप बता दीजिए तो बहुत बढ़िया बात होगी। यस, हाँ, वो बाइट तब करेगी लेकिन आप उसको परेशान करेंगे। हाँ, वो वास्प है, लेकिन वो आपके घर में बहुत कम आएगी, वो छत्ता नहीं बनाएगी आपके घर में। हाँ, आप अपनी खिड़कियां बंद रखिए ना, वो कहीं और अपना घर बना लेगी।
So I think we can discuss this break because Millie is giving me a signal. We are slightly overshooting, and thank you Namrata ji for introducing this very sweet, interesting topic of honey and bees. I'm sure it created tremendous amount of excitement. I just want to summarize one thought, that is the potential for diversification in agriculture is tremendous. I can't re-emphasize this from the examples I've heard. The call is to have hand-holding of the farmers and do synchronized working. With this, I would just say these are the key messages we would like to share in this session. And congratulations to PhD Chambers for organizing this topic, which I'm sure we would carry it forward and lead to doubling of farmers' income. So thank you very much. And over to you.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. I believe we have a very insightful sessions, and thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us about bee. And I think the diversification should be now the mainstream. So moving on to the presentations, I would like to call our ASG, Mr. Yogesh Srivastav, to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for all our panelists. Keep the applaud coming. So first of all, I would like sir to facilitate Mr. Arun Raste, MD NCDEX. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and gracing us. Moving on. Then Mr. Anil Jain, Executive Director, Crystal Crop. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful moderation. Then Dr. Dinesh Chauhan, Vice President, Dehat. Thank you, sir, for coming. Dr. Amrendra Pani, Joint Director, AIU. Thank you so much, sir. Last but not the least, Ms. Namrata Khanna, Director, Indian Honey Alliance. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Namrata. Thank you so much. I think it's 1:30. I think it's over 1:30 and everyone must be very, very hungry. So please join us for lunch. We'll meet right after lunch for the next technical session, which is on role of doubling the farmer's income in food processing. So we'll see you. Yeah, and students are requested to stay back. We have participation certificate for you. And also all the industry. Yes, sir. Please join us for lunch.
CI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services. to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to patron and star members: get opportunities to be part of the managing committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amritkal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृतकाल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India, while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber, which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India, to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED QCI. PHDCCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करती है उनसे बात कर रहा हूं तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ रहा है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain for 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan.
The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product, Trust and Consumer Safety in E-Commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा. मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा. वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण.
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading role in the trade, development and growth journey of India, and always ready to promptly take up the new trends that emerge, which is also evident from the fact that we are today under one roof here to discuss the subject of startups.
Jointly organized with Invest India and in partnership with Niti Aayog, TERI, NEERI, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and with the support of several ministries of Government of India and Innovation Norway as the country partner. The PhD CCI Air Cargo Summit 2022, Sustainable Future Growth of Air Cargo, focus on Gati Shakti Master Plan, an interactive session with members of Parliament on ease of doing business in India. States Policy Conclave 2021 on the macroeconomic resilience of the states in the pandemic times, and release of PhD CCI report on the role of states in making Atmanirbhar Bharat.
I once again congratulate PhD Chambers of Commerce for selecting this very appropriate theme for discussion today. and also thankful to them for inviting me here.
The first session of Young Business Leaders Forum webinar on the stories of unsung women heroes, featuring inspired journey of women entrepreneurs. An interactive session on issues related to mines and steel sector with Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulasti, Union Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development. PhD CCI organized the Transgender Leadership Conclave, a first of its kind conclave done by any Chamber of Commerce, which emphasized on the need of diversity inclusion in the society. And 11th International Heritage Tourism Conclave towards exchanging insights and deliberate on the growth of key sectors of the country. PhD CCI delegates had several call-on meetings, including meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, meeting with Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, an interaction with Dr. Syed Shahnawaz Hussain, Honorable Industry Minister of Bihar, call on Sri Bhagwant Singh Maan, Honorable Chief Minister Punjab, meeting with Mr. Sarbananda Sonowar, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. This year also present occasions to welcome some of the prominent personalities from different fields, and PhD CCI has leveraged these occasions for widening the horizon of knowledge. This year, an MOU was signed between PhD CCI and Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and jointly, we are moving towards ensuring better trade and business between India and Canada. We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions of fellow citizens through our CSR, IMR platform. The two foundations, namely FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
The members of the PhD chamber once again rose to the challenge during COVID-19 crisis by contributing over rupees 528 crores towards the PM CARES Fund. And through its Family Welfare Foundation, we are contributing 12 oxygen plants for hospitals in Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan.
Amidst recovering economy after pandemic and changing geopolitical situations, Make in India for the world is the mantra for the future. A webinar with a similar theme was organized by DPIIT, in which PhD Chamber was a participant. Make in India brings infinite opportunities for Indian manufacturers to fulfill the domestic demand and meet international quality standards of the products. At this historical juncture of India's emergence, which are being celebrated as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government to make in India for the world.
PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, PhD CCI has been serving the nation. PhD CCI reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. PhD CCI has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, PhD CCI ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the PhD CCI is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large, to support its members, The Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. PhD CCI brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the PhD CCI are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with PhD CCI would add value to your business. PhD CCI offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the Managing Committee, may get opportunity to be the chair or co-chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the PhD Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the PhD website and PhD bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing PhD CCI's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join PhD CCI, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth.
In the passage of time, intermittently, an era takes shape and attains eternal glory. That Amrit Kal, or immortal era of India, has blissfully arrived. Propelled by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, standing at its 75th years of independence, is poised to shape its era of growth, greatness, and preeminence.
अमृत काल का लक्ष्य है एक ऐसे भारत का निर्माण जहां दुनिया का हर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो.
While celebrating Amrit Mahotsav of its independence, PhD CCI, along with the entire nation, offers heartfelt homage to the freedom fighters, defense forces, doctors, and frontline warriors for their supreme sacrifices and invaluable contributions. A true forerunner of Indian aspirations since 1905, PhD CCI has been a proud partner of nation's growth journey so far. PhD CCI has been taking persistent steps in congruence of Atmanirbhar Bharat mantra, endeavoring unceasingly to augment partnership and investment.
We must celebrate a glorious journey and keep the resolve to continue working together for nation making and deepening India's footprints across the globe. As a peaceful country and one of the fastest growing economies of the world, India offers a great hope today, and our efforts will further vitalize its prominence in the world order.
Our commitment is the part of our legacy, keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India while working in tandem with the government and policymaker. Our legacy has been a continued chronicle of meaningful contribution towards taking the nation on the path of prosperity. A national apex chamber which reaches out to 150,000 businesses and one of the premier chambers in India to have been accredited with diamond grade by NABED, QCI. PhD CCI extends best support to the stakeholders from the close quarters.
और क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देश के नामचीन संस्था जो लाखों उद्योगों, ट्रेड एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के प्रतिनिधि संस्था के रूप में देश में काम करते हैं उनसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो मैं ये कहने में बिल्कुल भी अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि ग्रोथ का इंजन जो है वो इकोनॉमी के साथ में बढ़ है.
In addition to our headquarters in Delhi and 25 regional offices in as many states, we are also having an international office at Bahrain for 6 GCC countries for extending best support from the close quarters. We have been contributing in 6 thrust areas: industrial development, education and skill development, infrastructure, health, housing, agriculture and agribusiness. Our engagement in these thrust areas will go a long way towards supporting the Gati Shakti Abhiyan, announced on the historical occasion of 75th Independence Day, marked as the beginning of Amrit Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD with its wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the
our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the various segments of the economy and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti master plan.
The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD chambers includes post-budget interactive session on implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
We shouldn't, but
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to you. May I request friends, those who are sitting at the back, please come in front, though we are maintaining the protocol, COVID protocol. There are seats available over there in the front row. So join us in the front row, please. A very good morning and warm welcome once again to each one of you. And the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain 2022. We are having this program, and as you all are aware that the theme is need for diversification in agriculture and role of food processing and cold chain industry in doubling the farmers' income. We are very happy today that we have our chief guest of the day, Srimati Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. She is there with us. A very warm welcome, ma'am, to you, and a big round of applause for ma'am for spending time on this conference. To initiate the proceedings, may I request everybody to kindly rise for the national anthem. May I request Anshul, please come join us in the front.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मा जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Our co-chairman, Mr. Kunal Gupta, has also joined virtually. We welcome you, Mr. Gupta, on this occasion. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome each one of the participants, those who have joined through our YouTube channel, and across from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, people are watching, viewing this program. We also welcome our international delegates. I can see my friend Dr. From Hungary is there. I have also met the Minister Consular from Poland. Yeah, he's there, and from Indonesia. So this is, ma'am, the basic idea is that how India can really grow in this sector and the best practices which we can learn. So initiate the proceedings. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp. May I request, ma'am, you, Mr. Nandakishore Agarwal, our chairman, our president, if you can kindly light the lamp and let us initiate this proceedings of the day today. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request, doctor, if you can join and light the lamp, since Hungary is a very important country, as well as you and my friend from Poland. If you can come, join us on the dais, light the lamp, please. And our friend from Indonesia, I can't see him. Is he around, Minister Consular? Yeah. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please come join us. To formally welcome our distinguished chief guest, Srimati Anita Praveen ji, with the PhD Chambers Green Initiative. And basically, this is for prosperity. May I request Mr. Pradeep Pantani, our President, PhD CCI, to present a plant to Madam Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And now I would request Shri Nandakishore Agarwal ji, our Chairman of Agri Committee, to kindly come forward and give the introductory remarks. Over to you, Shri Agarwal.
Thanks, Dr. Srivastava. Respected Srimati Anita Praveen ji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Government of India. Some of the authorities must be on the Zoom meeting, virtual meeting. Shri Rajbir Pawar, Managing Director, NAFED, is there. हमारे बहुत ही डायनेमिक प्रेसिडेंट श्री प्रदीप मुल्तानी जी, PhD चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स प्रेसिडेंट. Saket ji is here on he is not there. Saket ji Dalmia is our Vice President, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Sandeep Wadhwa ji, he is the Chair, Logistic Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce. He is there. Mr. Kunal Gupta, Co-Chair, Food Processing Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Yes, Dr. Yogesh Srivastava, Assistant Secretary General. Managing Committee members, friends, different, I am seeing the students of different institutes are here, and some of the important delegates from abroad, they are also here. So all the participants, First of all, on behalf of PHD Chamber of Commerce Agriculture Committee, I welcome you all. Special thanks and welcome to Ma'am Srimati Anita Praveen ji. So today's the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain. The topic, everybody knows that need of diversification in agriculture and role of food as processing and cold chain industry in doubling the farmers' income. So friends, there are some of the points which we will be now deliberating and discussing in today's different sessions. I would like to highlight some of the points. Though our farmers, you know, in last 4 or 5 years, because of their hard work, they have increased their agriculture production, no doubt about it. But you know, the traditional farming they have done, whether it is rice or the wheat and all cereal foods, because there is a huge production, so they are not getting good price of these agriculture production. So now how we can double the farmers' income, and diversification is a main concern of today, because by diversifying the crop pattern.
Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you so much, sir. So, good morning, everyone. On behalf of PhD CCI, I have a great pleasure in welcoming each one of you this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to you. May I request friends, those who are sitting at the back, please come in front, though we are maintaining the protocol, COVID protocol. There are seats available over here in the front row. So join us in the front row, please. A very good morning and warm welcome once again to each one of you. And the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain 2022. We are having this program, and as you all are aware that the theme is need for diversification in agriculture and role of food processing and cold chain industry in doubling the farmers' income. We are very happy today that we have our chief guest of the day, Srimati Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. She is there with us. A very warm welcome, ma'am, to you, and a big round of applause for ma'am for spending time joining on this conference. To initiate the proceedings, may I request everybody to kindly rise for the national anthem. May I request them to please come join us in the front.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to you. May I request friends, those who are sitting at the back, please come in front, though we are maintaining the protocol, COVID protocol. There are seats available over here in the front row. So join us in the front row, please. A very good morning and warm welcome once again to each one of you. And the National Conference on Agri, Food and Cold Chain 2022. We are having this program. And as you all are aware that the theme is need for diversification in agriculture and role of food processing and cold chain industry in doubling the farmers' income. We are very happy today that we have our chief guest of the day, Srimati Anita Praveen, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. She is there with us. A very warm welcome, ma'am, to you, and a big round of applause for ma'am for sparing time of joining.
Mahotsav of the Independence.
PhD with his wings spread across 17 states through local chapters, hopes to help the unicorns of tomorrow grow wings and help them take the first flight. PhD CCI takes pride in its continuous dialogue with the government as well.
PhD CCI continuously contributes towards structural improvement in export and logistics infrastructure, supply chain management and value chains of MSMEs and startups, and simplification of various export incentive schemes with the aim to push the growth trajectory of exports to the next level. Enhancing India's export competitiveness along with catalyzing diversification of export markets have been priorities for us during the ongoing Amrit Mahotsav. The Chamber has been a thought leader, and more than 40% of the representations sent by the Chamber have been accepted by the government.
Thanks to the massive infusion of funds announced by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, rupees 30 lakh crores under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for various segments of the economy, and rupees 100 lakh crores for infrastructure Gati Shakti Master Plan.
The PhD CCI has organized more than 600 national and international events and conferences in virtual, physical, as well as hybrid modes. Some of the flagship events organized by PhD Chambers includes Post-Budget Interactive Session on Implications of Union Budget 2022-23.
If India shall be the fastest growing economy among the large economies, I'm sure it'll also be because you have come forward.
Second International Conference on Defense and Security in association with the Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Ecom Trust Summit with the theme Product, Trust and Consumer Safety in E-Commerce.
मेरा देश ऐसे ही विश्वगुरु नहीं बोला जाता रहा। मेरा देश सोने की चिड़िया था और आज भी है और रहेगा। वो सिर्फ सरकार के बल पर नहीं, आप जैसे ताकतवर लोगों के कारण, आप जैसे मेहनती लोगों के कारण।
International Climate Summit 2021, powering India's hydrogen ecosystem.
And I must acknowledge without hesitation that PhD Chamber has been always playing a leading.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle. We'll be starting our next session, next technical session. I'll request everyone to take their seat, please. So once again, I welcome everyone. Now, the second technical session is on the role of food processing industry in doubling the farmer's income. We'll wait for another 2 minutes and then we'll start. ठीक है sir. So food processing industry can be India's answer to the current PM's call for doubling the farmer's income. I believe it's a critical sector, links agriculture, manufacturing sector, and final consumer. And of course, nevertheless, the farmers. So no matter how fancy do we talk, it has to reach to the farmers. And when the value is added, the income is already doubled. So to deliberate more upon the topic, we have extremely knowledgeable panel with us today with a mix of industry, academia, and association. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sashikant Singh, Executive Director, PwC. Sashikant Singh is an Executive Director. He works with PwC with leads in Agri and natural resource practice in the firm. He is an agribusiness professional with 17 plus year of consulting experience in agri and allied sector, brings with him extensive experience of business development and handling long-term transformation assignments and managing large teams spread across the country. He has been very active in some critical thematic areas such as ag startups, AI, farm mechanization, and so on and so forth. We welcome Mr. Sashikant on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Sashikant, please come. Next we have on our panel is Dr. H.P. Singh, Chairman, Confederation of Horticulture Association of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for sir. Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, Professor and Dean Academic, NIFTM. So please come on stage. And next on our panel is Ms. Shilpa Agarwal, Director, Scientific and Regulatory Affairs. Last but not the least, we invite Dr. Laszlo Mak, who is Extraordinary Minister of Hungary. So please join us on stage. Now over to you, Mr. Sashikant.
Hello. So we do not have. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Millie, for introducing us and starting the session. I can understand after lunch session it can be slightly difficult because we had quite a sumptuous lunch. But I hope the kind of topic we are here to deal with that will keep you awake and also intrigue you to ask relevant question with eminent panel members. So I think if you look at the way panel is structured, we have quite a good mix of someone who is carrying immense experience from policy formulation, knowing agri sector in general, and bringing that fusion of how agri sector with policy making works. So Dr. H.P. Singh brings that flavor, and probably when we hear him out, you'll understand that how the entire segment is developing and what we can do in the very key theme of food processing and doubling farmer income. So that's one part. If you move on, we have someone like Dr. Upadhyay from NIFTM. So probably he will bring very nuanced understanding about how the technology will work in terms of helping farmers, helping us achieve doubling farmers' income through food processing. So that's a kind of a technology angle. We'll expect Dr. Upadhyay to deliberate on that. When we go to Ms. Shilpa Agarwal, probably she will tell us in terms of how a regulatory and scientific angle brings and what kind of a complication we have. And as an India food safety management system, how this is going on, what are the opportunity for us to work further on that segment. So probably as we move forward, we'll hear that from her. And we have a very special guest, Dr. Laszlo, who is head trade section in Hungarian embassy. And probably he promised us to share his experience from Hungary and what are those things which we can kind of leverage in India when we talk about food processing and helping farmers get better income. So before, so I think the best way to start with will be from Dr. H.P. Singh. So since you have such a, I think, for more than 4 decades of experience in education, extension, policy making, micro irrigation, and being and authoring more than 60 books. So probably, how about you kind of giving your initial thoughts on how this doubling farmers' income is going to play out when we talk about food processing as a subsector? Your thoughts, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. First of all, I would like to thank the moderator and chairperson, and also the PhD Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Srivastava, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Dubey. This is an opportunity to discuss few of the points with respect to food processing industries and its role in doubling of the farmers' income. Before we talk about the food processing industry, it will be better to understand what is the doubling of the farmer income and why it is so relevant. So if you look back to the agriculture growth in the country, that has been dynamic. Starting with the food scarce country, we converted ourselves to the food surplus countries. And then when the food was enough, then we wanted to diversify to the nutrition, and at the same time to enhance the farmer income. With the turn of the century, the things started changing. Horticulture and livestock got the focus. And so this became one of the way to improve the income of the farmer. If you remember 2015 and 16 was a lot of drought years in many parts of the country. People were realizing that production has increased. Horticulture production reached almost 300 million tons. More than 290 million tons was their food production. But the conditions of the farmer, it was realized that it has not changed much. Of course, there are many regions, it is not only. If I have to look around, then I say that yes, it has changed a lot. But yes, it was realized that it has not changed much. And then it was thought that from production assessment, like that we need to assess the agriculture based on what is the production. So it was thought that it should be transited to the income assessment, how the changes had taken place, has the income of the people have, especially the farmer, has increased or not. And that was the reason that in 2016, Honorable Prime Minister announced the doubling of the farmer incomes by 2023. And then all that exercise started. We had several of the conferences across the country for the doubling of the farmers' income. The various universities has come out with the various documents suggesting that yes, there has been the change in the conditions of the farmer. Income has many places doubled and tripled. Many places not much change, depending upon the farmers, how he has adopted the system. When we started talking, then the plague came. The committee was constituted under chairmanship of Dr. Ashok Dalwai, where various groups of the people, they deliberated and discussed that can we enhance the income of the farmer or double the income of farmer by 2023. And 14 volumes of books have been brought. Many of you must have seen. It has especially discussed, starting with that how the committees were formed in 1920 when the British government was there, Royal Commission, which we submitted the report. The focus was again the income and the production, all that together. Then 76, another commission was formed. Then that 2004, the Farmer Commission, till that, whatever the committee was there, that was for the enhancing the production, various issues of agriculture. But 2004, the committee was formed for the farmers, exclusive for the farmers, and that it was chaired by no less than Dr. Swaminathan, who deliberated, discussed, and gave that how the income of the farmers should be enhanced. And there MSP and others which you must be hearing from, all these issues have been there. Then government also to support brought the various changes in the policies. I remember earlier the cold storage system was governed by the minister, by the collectors. But in 2001, we repealed the law. And that was brought, it was like that you can decide if you are the cold storage system, you can decide. Similarly, we brought several changes in marketing. Several changes we brought in the marketing, especially in horticulture crops. And it was horticulture was by and large brought out of this gimmick, which is currently we just see the support price and so on. Similarly, the government thought after that, contract farming, the support price and so on, and they opened up. But unfortunately, very excellent laws were made, but we could not take it up. Then the phase came where everybody has started thinking of value addition, and then we thought of total value chain management. So in 2019, I had a global conference on value chain management. And then we have to make the people to understand that value addition and value chain management is different. And so if you want to develop your processing industry, you have to look into total value chain management. If you just pick up fruits from the market and go for the processing, you will never be successful. So if you have to grow in the processing industries, you have to start from the choosing of the varieties for your processing. I remember in 2002, there was a crisis of potato. I was made to a chairperson for the food processing industry to analyze how to solve this problem and processing. The situation was there were no varieties which can be processed. And many people thought that if it is excessive of the production is there, it should go for processing. No. If you want to make a wine, you have to have different varieties for the wine. The same grape cannot go for the wine. It's everywhere. Even if you want to go for the processing of the tomatoes, you have the varieties for tomato which should have the high TSS. If you want to process onion, then you have to have the varieties which has a high TSS, not less than 18 to 19. If it is less, it will not be effective. So again, to think the processing is separate from the agriculture, then you will not develop. So you have to think in the value chain management system. So in the value chain management, there are the various links in the chain. Link could be, a nursery could be there, which provides the excellent quality planting material. There could be people who are supplying the inputs. There could be the people who are transporting. You should have the efficient transportation system. Then there could be a grading and packing houses, and so on. And now we have gone beyond. The blockchain technology is becoming very, very popular. I was in Dubai about a year back. I saw that, they, of course, they have a limited cultivations, but through the blockchain technologies, from the production level in the greenhouse, production system is all in greenhouse. From production level, it is assembled and it reaches to the market. And from even it reaches to consumer, and everybody can see that food safety norms are followed or not. That is a blockchain. Even in India, there are the companies which are applying the blockchain technologies, and Agri farm is there. Many of you must have heard. It is one of the best farm which has got the farmer producer company. It is a farmer producer company established in Nashik. Excellent infrastructure. But they are applying the blockchain technologies. What is the blockchain technology? When we talk of the value chain technology, the blockchain technology becomes very, very important. It is an electronic ledger. It is an electronic ledger which ensures you that if you are the grower, you can put your data. If I am a trader, I can put the data. And once you have fed the data, you cannot draw. Similar, just like in ledger, you can tear off that particular page, but here you can't tear off. And so it assures, because the food safety norms are very, very important. And in this system, everything is open and everybody is ensured that yes, this is the food system. So that way the things are changing. Now we are talking of the digital horticulture. Everything digitalized. Where we are talking of the drones, we are talking of artificial intelligence, we are talking of TOTs, we are talking of the big data. 10 years down the line, everything will be based on the information technologies, where that has been grown, how it has been grown. You can trace everything. It will come to the processing units and how it has to be converted depending upon the market. Many times, simply grading, packing gives you the better money than converting completely. And the conversions, the processing, there are 3 categories. You have primary processing, secondary processing, and finally tertiary processing, which is the total conversions. If I bring the tomatoes from my field, if I just grade it in different grades, pack it, and as per the demand of the market, that is also primary processing. That also adds the value. There could be, I can make puris and I can sell to the another processing unit, which converts into the ketchup or something like that or anything. So that might become secondary. And when it goes to the complete conversion, packaging, and it goes for the retail or for high market, that becomes the tertiary. So this is the system. So this all has to be there. And that's why I would say that if the processing units has to be successful, it has to go to the value chain management. Now, as far as the food processing industries are concerned, many of you are here, and from the Nipton, I see that many of the people are here. So they can also be talking about you. But I think that if the processing industry has to be successful in the country, that has to go for the value chain management system rather than picking the fruits from the market and getting it processed. No, it will not succeed. And that's why, if you see that we have spent huge amount of money from the beginning on the processing industries, and we can find that large number of processing industries have become sick. I saw in Kerala, where the more of the canning industries of the pineapple was established, but none of them are functioning. I was in the Tripura. I saw the huge, about 20 years back, huge pineapple processing unit was there. They were sick. Running. Like that, there are many examples I'll not give, I will not go, because egg should be first or hen should be first, that becomes the question. The processing industry has established various facilities, mega parks has been established, and various schemes are there. For the cool chain management also there are schemes are there. National Horticulture Board is also supporting for the value chain management. They have the integrated system. And recently that Operation Green has been started about 3 years back. And that is based on the recommendations of the doubling the farmer income committees, which has said how the logistics should be provided to link the produce to the market so that doubling of the farmer income can be achieved. And that in the Operation Green, of course, it is 3 years past. Last year, in the announcement by the Honorable Finance Minister, that earlier it was for 4 crops only, potato, tomatoes, onion, and so on. And now it has been extended to 22 crops. And that is total value chain management, starting from the production system till it reaches to the end. Every links in the chain is being addressed, but of course it has to still work more. So policies also have come. Many of you must have seen draft was put on the site, and it is the excellent policy, I would say, the excellent policy of the food processing industry to support. And I think how you take the benefits. But there are various issues we can discuss. So I will not go into the detail. I have taken enough time of yours, virtually 15 minutes they had said. So I've taken the time, but if any questions, anything, if you are interested to ask with me, you can talk with me or you can ask. But one thing I can only, here I can say that if the processing industry has to be successful, they have to go in the value chain management term rather than picking from the market. Just like I have seen the banana earlier export was being done, all were overnight exporters and all failed. But when the system has come, starting from that, grow the banana as per the needs of the market. Now it is not only for the export, even for if you want to address the market, if you want to sell your produce in the Khan market, you must have the different qualities. And if you want to sell in the Chandni Chowk, you must have different qualities. So similarly in the export, even that American market will have a different kind of the quality and Dubai market will have different kind of quality. So you have to understand first this, then only accordingly you can produce. Otherwise, I have seen the large number of processing units have come up, they have died down on their own. But as I see, the scope for the processing is very huge, but we have to decide based on the what kind of the processing should do. So it can be primary, it could be secondary, it can be tertiary, conversions and so on. So that way that industry can run. Many times we may invest too much of money and we have not created the market. That also becomes one of the factors for the failure of the many of the industries. So that's why here again, I suggest based on my experience that anyone to go in the processing, they must develop their product first, have somewhere where the facility is available, just like, mega park and all that. They should develop their product brand and in market. And once they have developed, there is some kind of market, then they should go for the huge investment wherever they want. And then that processing industry could be successful because the population is growing. Population is growing, which is demanding the food and in the processed or semi-processed form or even ready to eat form, because people, husband, wife are working. So that way the changes are taking place and there is a lot of opportunity in the years to come, provided we harness that opportunities appropriately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I think you have given quite a great level of understanding to all of the audience because you have started right from the production. I think post Green Revolution you started and you have brought us to Operation Green and all those intervention government is taking, and that clearly shows your experience in this segment at different level, like being agriculture student, being an agriculture professor in college, then going to a Ministry of Agriculture role as a DDG. So all those flavor we can very well gather. I am sure the audience will ask you question which will use your experience during Q&A round. Thank you so much for opening remarks. So I think you will have a Q&A session after the, probably if that's the format, we'll take up that at the end of the session. So look, for all to understand why food processing is important in doubling farmer income, if you track the agriculture production in last 10 to 15 years, the normal growth is about 3.5 to 4%. And if you track food processing growth, it's about 9 to 10%, right? So it's almost the growth is 3 times more than the agriculture production is growing. That's point number one. Point number two, in next 3 to 4 years, the overall size of market for food processing is about $550 billion, right? And typically it's like almost doubling in those 4 to 5 years. And that will give about 8 to 9 million new jobs. So it is not only about doubling farmer income. If this segment is growing, employment is going to increase, overall ecosystem impact will be there. Taking that into account, and probably since we understand how this entire system is working, I'll go now to Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, who is professor and dean faculty from NIFTIM, and probably request him to share his experience from the kind of work he is doing in terms of minimal processing. He is doing some interesting work in waste management processing, and he's also doing some work in health food. So how do you see, sir, like this segment working, and what's the future prosperity plans in this?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh. At the outset, very good afternoon, and our moderator, Mr. Singh, in the beginning said that post-lunch sessions are difficult to, means for the person other side of the table, means at the stage, dais side. But I'm finding that talking food so much, probably they would not be able to take that much food outside. So I'm seeing very live faces here. And I'm thankful for this opportunity for taking me here, the PhD Chambers of Commerce. I've been asked to share that kind of processing insight and experiences, and how do we handle the problems and linking it to the doubling farmer income. If the farmers are to be kept in center and processing is to be given one side, the agricultural sciences are to be given to them. And if that makes a picture, which is a complete picture in sense that we are intent to have a doubling farmer income, I'll start with that a food. What is a food? Food comes from agriculture, food comes from plant, food either comes from animal husbandry or fish, meat, or whatever way. So these all taken into the agriculture in general. So I'll start with growing right and rightly. So a food which is to be processed and it is to be ended up with a quality product, it should be taken in a way that starting with a right kind of raw material. So it is the farmer which gives the raw material for the industry. So farmer was very well connected even before the government announced this doubling farmer income. But when we are having a particular aim that we will double the farmer income within this timeline, government has recently given a data also that already that milestone is we are about to reach or reached to some extent. In this regard, if we see the problems at the farmer end, what is the primary problem which I see? That's the distress selling. If we take this single problem, it has directly linked to food processing. And if we can have some intervention through technology or through the supply chain models, that we can give some relief to the farmers, that is the first stage of enhancing farmers' income, in my opinion. I'll say if the farmer is there in the area where NIFTIM is, my institute is, which is in Kundli and Sonipat, it is well known for mushroom growing. Farmers are very progressive over the time they have learned. No farmer will take the mushroom to the Azadpur Mandi if it is not giving them price above 40 or 50 rupees a kg. So they have set up some of the processing unit within the farmers, so there are some progressive farmers taking lead, and they are able to absorb those kind of glut which is available as a production. So this is one linkage and one clear picture which I could see that yes, this is one model which needs to be replicated. All farmers may not be capable at this stage. Then what to do? And there the policy or the industry support needs to be placed in, whereby something, a model kind of spoke and hub, that model probably can work. And spokes side, there would be farmers, and the hub side, there would be central, because all level of processing, which we call primary, secondary, or the tertiary level of processing, cannot be taken at the farmers end. Farmers have their limitations. So they can put the GAP in place, they can put the best variety selection, as the previous speaker was indicating. He has a very vast experience in horticulture and agriculture industry. So very rightly said that what we grow is important. How do we select? The grape example which was given by Dr. Singh is very relevant. So it's important that what we are growing and what do we expect? Can we take the tomato, which is just a normal tomato, having a very low total soluble solids, and we are looking that industry can take it and it could be processed? Probably not. So that cannot be really appreciated by the industry to that extent. So you can indicate. You are time master also, please. Oh, thank you. So thank you for this leverage. Coming to the some other perspective, where means NIFTIM side, what other things I could just connect some of the topics, some of our actions which we did in field. We took one of the program, which is a village adoption program. Village adoption program, what we tried and how what this program is. It is a program where students, they are associated with the faculty members. They go to the villages. We learn something in the villages, looking into the traditional practices of the storage and cultivation. And in turn, what we also try to give that something where a level up a farmer can go. If there are potential entrepreneurs, they could be linked with the government schemes also. So here our students and some of the lead groups, they were able to convert some of the farmers to entrepreneurs. Processing linkages. To what extent? We were able to give them insight of FSSAI registration, bringing certain products where they can have an additional income. So this model which we have experienced. And next level, an intensive approach with the similar program. Intensive approach, then President Honorable Pranab Mukherjee, he initiated a program which was a Smart Gram program. And that we were taken as one of the member institution and participating institutions. We worked intensively for Nu, district of that Haryana, and also in the Gurgaon. So there are 5-6 villages were taken. And I take that pride to share that we could, with the consistent hand-holding kind of support, we were able to motivate at least 10 farmers. Out of total trainings which we gave to the 50 farmers, 10 were selected. They were taken to the banks, loans were sanctioned, and they were able to have some units linked to the production what they had in villages. So that's probably the way out which I could see. And in the morning, our Honorable Secretary would certainly have indicated the recent scheme of the ministry, that is PMFME. And in PMFME, government is trying that we can link the farmers, farmer producer organizations, so that a common infrastructure can be given, and some processing, some you can say the USP based products can be there, and they can be taken to the normal supply chain. So that's the thing which my understanding I shared. Thank you very much.
This was very helpful. And again, coming back to audience, just understand whatever price you are paying for any food which is processed, packaged food, whatever, the farmer's share is not more than 30%, whatever item you can take. So probably it will be less than 30%, it is not more than 30%. So why we are talking, the moment we talk about integrated value chain, Dr. Pandey was indicating you that if farmers can come together, they can make FPOs, FPO can start directly kind of interacting with consumers so that they have a better realization of the product. That's one part. Second, Dr. Singh has kind of alluded on the point that we have to go back to integrated value chain management. So maybe many of you are students, I think young millennials. So and you must be loving your Apple phone, right? So the moment you must have seen where all components of Apple phone is designed. So technically you might have seen built, assembled in India oblique China and designed in, I'm not taking that name, but anyways, why I'm explaining this example just to correlate. Until unless you take care of your seed, you are not able to control your produce. Forget about processing. So that's the third step. That's the point it is being alluded here. So we have some understanding about food processing as a system, agri and horticulture as a system, what NIFTEM is doing. Now I'll go to Shilpa Agrawal, who is the Director, Scientific and Regulatory Affairs in IND Food and Beverage Association. She does a lot of work in bringing different stakeholders together and make them aware about what are the key regulations, how do we leverage those regulations on our benefit. So probably I request Shilpa, you to share your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much. So first of all, good afternoon to everyone. And I wish to thank PhD Chambers of Commerce for giving this opportunity to be on the dais and speak my thoughts here and share my thoughts. So we have already heard a lot from Dr. H.P. Singh and Dr. Upadhyay, and they have very well spoken about like how food processing industry can contribute towards doubling farmer income. So as our colleague, Mr. Shashi has just explained this, so I'll talk about food regulations as well as food quality systems. I hope most of you sitting here are aware that there is a nodal body, FSSAI, which comes up with food regulations. Most of these food regulations are for processed foods. And they are not only the vertical standards, but also the horizontal standards. So when I say vertical and horizontal, what I'm trying to say is that they also come up with like, if you are suppose manufacturing a fruit juice, then what should be the characteristics of that fruit juice? What is that can go in the fruit juice? Like additives, preservatives, etc., flavors, colors, and also like what should be the minimum base standards with respect to microbiology for the food safety aspect that you have to comply with. So this is, what FSSAI does. And and all these standards which FSSAI comes up with actually are science based and evidence based, wherein academia like NIFTEM, CFTRI, they provide a database to FSSAI. With the help of industry, such databases are developed on the raw products that they are using, on the processing that they are doing, and the processed food that they are manufacturing. So a lot of database which is collected with help of academia. At IFBA, I mean my organization in Food and Beverage Association also, we are working with National Institute of Nutrition in developing such databases. And also you're aware, that National Institute of Nutrition comes up with dietary guidelines as well as RDAs. So RDAs like how much you should eat and of, how much is good for you to have, say, fat quantity in a day and stuff like that. So basically, coming back to FSSAI, so this was with respect to regulations. Now let's talk about food safety. So food safety, they publish good manufacturing practices. They call it GMP guidelines under Schedule 4. Which are very specific to sectors. Like dairy sector have their own specific guidelines. Your meat sector has specific guidelines. Same as your service establishments like restaurants and small petty hawkers, petty vendors, which you find on roadside. They have also, FSSAI has also specified, basic hygiene guidelines, which they have to maintain at all times, so that whenever a consumer goes and buys a product, they get a product which is of a minimum food safety standard. So it's very, it was good to hear that Dr. H.P. Singh spoke about blockchain technology, because that is one technology which actually is helping not only farmers, but also food industry, that is processed food industry, in terms of maintaining the traceability. So right, starting from like which seed you procured from which outlet, what were the pesticides which were used, or whether it's organic in nature or not. What was the transportation methodology? Was it required to be transported under cold conditions or ambient temperatures? Well, that was maintained or not. Everything can be captured through that blockchain technology. There are other institutes like IARI and other agricultural institutes which come up with not only on this crop varieties, but also they talk about various post-harvest technologies, which can be used, which can be employed, so that you come up with a crop which can yield better and which can be actually add value, in while making the processed food. So just to give an example, I happened to visit this Himachal Pradesh recently. And what I saw was that small farmers, they have their own farm and they will put up a small juice extraction unit right in their farm. So what they do, juice extraction, and also they have, a solvent extraction methodology by which they will extract the oil of that particular peel and stuff like that. And they were selling it as perfumes, as Chyawanprash, as, fruit juices, all natural, without added color, without added preservatives and all. So it was very good to see. But at the same end, although they're doing this, which is a good practice, but they are still not earning, as they would have. The reason, the way that they are manufacturing is not very hygienic. So as a consumer, when you go and would like to buy that fruit juice and have it, the first thing comes in mind is that is it that sufficiently safe? Is it that hygienic? Does it meet all the microbiological parameters which would be helpful for me? And it should not cause me any illness. So these are the things where actually IFBA, that is my organization also, will be working with such startups as well as small organizations. And we would like to hold their hand and take them through this entire path and establish that minimum required food safety and hygiene systems. Also, we intend to, work with consumers, wherein we can help them understand that, how to read the label and what actually goes on the label and how do you interpret it. Because what is happening is that farmers are manufacturing, food process industry is processing, but consumer is unable to understand. Like suppose you pick up a milk product, there is a fortification. There's a fortification of vitamin A and vitamin D, which is done in milk. Some producers are doing that fortification, like I don't know if I can take names or not, but there are certain manufacturers who are not doing fortification. But if you compare the prices of both, is equal. So such are the things, the consumer must understand, consumer must question that why should I pay for a milk which is not fortified at the same price of a fortified milk? Because I'm sure eminent speakers sitting here understand fortification is not that easy process. It requires certain technology, it requires certain specific skill sets to fortify a food product. So there are many such issues. So, it's already well spoken that this entire food processing can double the farmer's income. Also, I would like to touch upon that it can reduce the food wastage, which is currently very high, not only in India, but globally. There's globally food wastage is very high. Not everything which is produced is processed. Much of this goes as waste also, because there are not enough cold storages or facilities or proper warehouses available to store such things. So overall, I would like to, just close in saying that food processing industry is very much there. And our current CEO, FSSAI, Shri Arun Singhal ji, is also very advocately says that, it is the large institutions, it is the associations which have to hold hand of such small startups and bring them up to the level where they can not only comply with the regulations, but also have that minimum hygiene standard.
So we are there, we'll help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilpa. I think that was very useful. And maybe the last part where you talked about reducing wastage. So audience, again, coming back to you, look, by 2050, the estimated population size is going to be 10 billion globally. And to feed everyone, one of the ways is to produce more, but the second method is to waste less. And we need to ensure that we are not wasting anything. And probably if as a country, if you look at India, we have many of you must have learned about sustainable development goals. And as of now, as a country on SDG, we are not that methodical in terms of reporting wastage. The food loss and wastage management is a very important area, and probably that comes under a broader umbrella of food processing. That's a very important area. Thanks, Ilpa, for touching upon that. So, Dr. Lazo, I'll coming to you now, and coming last to you was not by design. I wanted you to hear what's going on in India, and so that you can relate more with your Hungarian experience. So over to you. You have 10 minutes to share your thoughts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I promise to speak a very simple language. As you see on my name tag, I'm a doctor, but I'm a doctor in military sciences. So you might ask, what am I doing here behind the microphone? I would like to share my experience, but first of all, I would like to thank PhD CCI for organizing and inviting me, and it's a privilege for me to speak to you this afternoon. And whenever I come to PhD CCI headquarters, I feel like at home, so it's a long-standing friendship between us. The second reason I take this opportunity that on 27th of May, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary paid a visit to India with a business delegation, and we had a business forum of 150 people. And on the plenary session between Minister Jaishankar and Minister Szijjártó, Minister Jaishankar asked the Hungarian counterpart to help and share the expertise on food processing. So I thought it should be a very important topic. And I was sitting in the back and taking notes because, somebody has to write the report. And I was thinking, so why India now is thinking about food processing? And I really understood that you have this all surplus, but for the time being, I'm not sure India can do 100% with this surplus if it cannot sell abroad. And as you see now, because of the war, there is a big competition who is selling to whom, and India is not in the first row, to my experience. Okay, and I would like to congratulate India because before I came to India, I watched movies on YouTube, and one of the movies was Pater Panchali. And this is a description of the Indian society of the 1950s. And if you compare that society with the current society, when you are producing surpluses, you make the huge revolution a big achievement. So congratulations on all this. And before you think that agriculture is a very easy job, I would say it's not an easy job. And I would say agriculture is a political issue, and agriculture is an international political issue. So my question is, how do you measure the climate between Russia and Azerbaijan? Because, it's ups and downs and everything. If you can buy Azerbaijani tomatoes on the Russian market, so it's a good climate. Otherwise, the Russian would inhibit Azerbaijan from exporting the tomato, okay? And coming to Hungary now, Hungary has been a long-standing agricultural country. As you know, history, we had the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Hungarian side was the pantry for the Austrians. Austrians had the industry, and we had the agriculture. So we have like 250 years good experience in that one. And after that, after the Second World War, we had this whole socialist system, the Cold War, East and West and everything. And on the east side, we had the Warsaw Pact, which was a military organization, and we had a mutual economic assistance organization, whatever it was called. We had a distribution of labor. I'm not saying it was a fair distribution of labor, but the Russians forced us to cultivate and to grow oranges. But the Hungarian climate is very continental, so it's not good for cultivating orange trees and everything, but we had to do that. And when we harvested the oranges, you know, we were looking at the orange, but it was more like a lemon. So, and we said, yeah, this is not so sweet. This is not orange color, but this is ours. Okay, so everybody is proud of their own production. Okay, now coming and continue with the socialism and capitalist system. As you know, we had the regime change in 1989. Before we had the socialist system, and after we have the so-called democracy, which is in terms is a capitalist system, capitalist economic system. And coming to food processing, in the socialist system, on the territory of Hungary, we used to have food processing factories. And food processing factories were supplied by Hungarian products. And everything was realized on the Russian market, on the Soviet market, okay, more exactly. So anything we produced, we could sell to Russians. And it was an easy job for Hungary because Russia did not have a light industry and good agriculture and so on. So it was easy for us. And we had tinned meat and we had fruits and vegetables and everything. So we tinned everything, you know, and it's still very famous in Russia, and they still remember the Hungarian wine and the Hungarian vegetables, you know, what they used to consume during the socialist times. And what happened after 1989, okay, we became independent. So, and unfortunately, we refused the Russian market. So Hungary refused because we said we cut up all the relations with the Soviets, with the Russians, so we don't need. But we did not realize or had not realized that the market was there. So what we are going to do with all the surplus. And the second thing, in 2004, Hungary joined European Union. You know, European Union is a very well regulated organization and market. So what happened? So we had to go to the European market and sell at the European market or sell elsewhere. But we were not very successful because countries like Spain and Portugal and everyone who enjoyed most of the subsidies of the European Union before Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Poland joined the European Union, they were much more subsidized in terms of agriculture. So we had the handicap. So what the French did, they came to Hungary and they bought all the sugar factories, sugar, you know, sugar. And they bought also the wine industry. And what they did, after they demolished it, just because that they could sell the French product in the Hungarian market or elsewhere in Europe where Hungary was famous about their products. Okay, so this is not an easy membership, but please don't quote me tomorrow in the newspaper. Okay, but talking about the European Union, you know, you are speaking about standards and everything here in India. I have some questions and doubts about it, but you know, European Union is a pure legislation, and after you are trying to survive in the European Union, the day when we joined the European Union, 1st of May 2004, in terms of legislation, we had to take over to the Hungarian legislation 25,000 pages. And if we talk about agriculture, food and food processing and everything, and food standards and food safety, you know, it's everything prescribed for every EU member state. They even prescribe that you have to play music for the course before you get the milk out of them. So it's a very tricky thing. But for this, what the European Union does, in the European Union, we have a subsidy for member states and for agricultures of the member states. So which means the European Union supports the farmers, okay? And also the Hungarian government is trying to support the farmers. So the farmers enjoy some kind of financial support, you know, and it gives them safety. And as this person said before me, you know, how you can convince the farmers to produce and to be more effective if they feel confident and they feel supported, okay? So this is one of the conditions for the farmers. And after there is a chance that they can increase their own income twice.
So Dr.
And,
Laszlo, if you can finish in 1-2 minutes, we have
Yeah.
a few questions so that.
One minute, okay. So if you say what are the ways for Indian farmers to double their income, I would say first of all, sectoralization. So who is dealing with animal husbandry? Let them do animal husbandry. Who is doing crops? Doing crops, okay. And the second thing I would suggest to have, in Hungary, we have Association of Excellent Food Producers, which means that's a quality, and this should motivate the farmers, okay, to invest in machinery, to increase their technology and everything. And the third one, efficient production, agricultural production, and look for capital and enterprise. I'm not sure the Indian farmer has a choice to whom to sell his products. In Hungary, the political capital is matched up with financial capital, so it's always good to go to the top because they got more money. So you produce for them and maybe you get more salary. And food processing companies, food processing, I never heard it in India. There are two things I couldn't buy in India. I've been here for half a year. It's meat, processed meat and alcohol. I don't drink, but I don't care about alcohol, but I sometimes I eat meat. Okay, and as it was said by the secretary from the ministry, shorten and fasten the product realization cycle. But finally, I would sum up that farmers are going to produce more and better if they feel supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Laszlo. So we are almost at the end of the session. I think we had few questions. Yes. Do we have mic? Someone to pass on the mic?
Hi, Mayank Gupta this side. I have a question, maybe Mr. Upadhyay or Dr. Singh is able to answer it more relevantly. My first question is there is any institute who can help a startup in setting up a primary processing unit? Second question is, in primary processing unit, there is usage of plastic as well in packing till now. So is there any impact of latest plastic waste management 2022? Like, does that apply in agricultural packing as well, or that is excluded from it?
Dr. Upadhyay, I think. The institution which you are, means there are institutions, I think all lead institutions which are dealing with processing side and agriculture side, they have a format that all of them are having nowadays some incubator or those kind of things. So startups are can be trained, can go there and they can be nurtured and then they can graduate. So that mechanism is there. That mechanism is there with NIFTEM also. We have our incubator. Other than that, if you are a grown up and you have something in your hand, there are support solutions available from NIFTEM side that you can opt for a consultancy mode. You can opt for a mode of getting your problem addressed through some of the students who could come to you as an intern. So that's the mechanism which we had. Coming to the second part of the question, and which could be supplemented by even the regulator side also, means there is regulatory expert. Yes, it should have some implications to that side also. Specifically, I have not seen between the lines, but there are solutions which I know. There are solutions in a sense. You use tray, a molded tray. So molded trays are available, which are produced not through the means bio-based plastic solutions are available. And technologies are available. One particular we are working with, we know that IIT Guwahati, so they have within their packaging solutions or packaging center, they are offering certain solutions for that. We are working on that Mandarin, which is Khasi Mandarin with them, and we are trying to offer certain solution to Northeast in that regard. So this is my input to this question. You can continue.
Dr. Ashok, would you like to add something before I?
Yes, sir said it is okay.
Okay. So coming to your first question, where you need hand-holding with respect to setting up your processing plant. So we can help you there. You can get in touch with us.
Sure.
And we can basically provide you all the technological knowledge and know-hows of how to set up the plant. Like first primary processing, first level, second level, and finally third level as well.
Sure.
Coming to your second question on single-use plastic ban, which has recently come in, it is applicable to all single-use plastics. And only it is not applicable to the plastics which is governed by the EPR guidelines, Extended Producer Responsibility Guidelines, wherein any plastic which is above 50 microns is basically, taken through the recycling or biodegradable waste. As Dr. Upadhyay rightly mentioned, there are many technologies which are being used by agriculture first producers, wherein you don't have to actually use plastic per se, but you can apply other methods and other technologies. Also, coming to that single-use plastic, recently there has been a direction by Ministry of Environment wherein they have exempted. They have exempted the plastic trays and molded plastic trays and cups manufactured by gram udyogs and stuff like that. People like that. Just so that they can continue with their livelihoods.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. So my question is for Dr. Laszlo Mark, sir. So welcome to India, sir, first of all. Yeah, sir. So as you mentioned about like in the surplus, we produce like agriculture products. In future, we can't like maximum produce, like we can't produce that much. So is there any suggestion, yeah, advice for Indian Agriculture Department, yeah, for us, for all of us? What should we like more concern about for the future generation? So what we can work for it, as you have mentioned about the World War story, like conditions there. So we can more like we can take a precaution of it. Is there any precaution, yeah, like advice we have to give to India so that we can concentrate on future generation?
I don't think that you are going to change your regional environment, and you are going to export and import the same products, I guess. Or maybe you want to increase your export rightfully. The good idea, but I learned from the media that you are going to create or trying to create, planning to create, that's the best word, 30 food processing centers, whatever it is called, sponsored or financed by United Arab Emirates. That's a good idea because, as I said, to shorten and fasten the realization, the product realization chain from the producer to the customer. That's the most important thing, and this would conclude what I want to say.
So thanks a lot. I think we are completely out of time. So if there are any questions, probably we can take it offline as well, and we can also discuss. We are here for some time. So thanks again, all panel members, and thanks audience for your patience and interesting questions. We can discuss it further offline. And thanks PSD for giving all of us this opportunity and bringing this important topic in light. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Sashi, for moderating the session so well. And we have a lot of insights from the industry. And I'm sure everyone will have some key takeaways from the session. Coming back to the questions, please direct all the questions to me. I'll be taking all your questions to the respective speakers and I'll come back to you. I assure that. Moving on to our presentation part, I would like to call upon our ASG, Mr. Yogesh Srivastav, to do the honors. Mr. Sashikant Singh, Executive Director, PwC, Speaker, Moderator. Thank you, Sashi, so much. Very well moderated. Dr. H.P. Singh, Chairman, Confederation of Horticulture Association of India. Sir, thank you so much for gracing us. Please, girls and boys, what happened? Next is Mr. Dr. Ashutosh Upadhyay, Professor and Dean Academic, NIFTIM. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming. Ms. Shilpa Agarwal, Director, Scientific and Regulatory Affairs in Food and Beverage Association. Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, Dr. Laszlo Mark. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark, for coming and giving us some insights about Hungary and agriculture over there. Thank you so much. You, all of us can come. And thank you so much. So now, without wasting much time, we'll be moving on to the technical session third, which is last but not the least, sustainable and efficient cold chain system. The cold chain is defined as the use of technology in the process of transporting perishables. We all know it goes hand in hand with the food processing. Deliberating more upon the session, I would like to welcome our session moderator, Mr. Anand Chandra, ED co-founder Arya Ag. Anand, I would request you to please come on stage. Anand is a graduate of agriculture science from AAI in 2002 and an MBA with a specialization in agribusiness management from Manage in 2004. He has a close to 2 decades of experience in agri-commodity based financing. He has been a part of ICICI Bank as the national product head and agri-commodity finance business. He was instrumental in developing the product and the associated processes for the bank since its inception of the product. Anand has been part of prestigious Assessing Global Markets program in Cornell University. He is a co-founder and executive director of Arya Ag, India's largest digital grain commerce platform. Arya profitable growth will bridging the trust gap across the agriculture value chain and has been a reflection of Anand's leadership and people skill. We welcome you, Anand. Thank you so much for coming. I know Anand personally, he is totally dynamic and he is very, we are going to get some good insights from him. Along with him, we have in the panel, Mr. Aditya Narayan Singh. Oh, sorry, due to some exigency, he'll not be able to make it. Mr. Rahul Kapoor, Assistant Director, Carrier. Dr. Sunil Parekh, Associate Professor, Head of Department, Agriculture, Environmental Science, NIFTIM. Mr. Sanjay Hans, Team Lead, Panasonic Cold Chain. I would like to have all the panel members on the stage. Thank you so much, and the stage is all yours, Anand. Please take it forward.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I can't see the Josh, you guys are kids. I know the biggest challenge after lunch is to keep the audience awake, and I'm sure the panel members will do a good job in keeping you guys awake after a good lunch, So while we talk about the cold chain, having a sustainable and efficient cold chain, I would summarize this into 3 words for the producer. The producer should have the freedom when to sell, where to sell, and whom to sell. If we answer this 3 why for a producer, the entire supply chain gets answered. What we heard in the previous session, that agri across the globe is slightly political issues, vote bank politics. So not dwelling too much into it, because that's not what we are here for. But the challenge remains is we as a country have not seen agri as an industry. We always have looked it as a vote bank rather than as an industry. The moment we start looking to Agri as an industry, we will get a lot of answers to the question which we have been seeking for last 2 decades. Been a 2-decade experience in the Agri side. I have been always listening that we need to develop cold chain, we need to develop cold chain, we need to develop cold chain, but still those cold chains are still missing. The food wastages are in more than 1 lakh or several lakh crores of food wastage on the post-harvest side happen. We have close to 40 million metric ton cold storage capacity, but predominantly for potatoes and concentrated in 2-3 states like UP, Bihar, and West Bengal. The other side of the capacity is used for dairy, meat, seafoods, and even pharma also. So there's a lot of food, the capacity needs to be created for the horticulture crops and the fruits and vegetable crop. So with this, I would like to introduce our first panel member, Mr. Rahul Kapoor. He is the marketing head for commercial refrigeration. He heads the entire cold chain development for the Southeast Asia. More than 20 years of work. And to him, I would just like to ask, what has been your experience, Rahul, in terms of setting up cold storage units? What are the challenges you have faced? And what's the overall view of this cold storage sector you will have?
Sure.
Over to Rahul.
So I'll take the. Yeah. Hi guys, good afternoon. So I think looking at the audience here, one thing is clear. I'm going to talk more to the millennials, boys and girls. So how's the Josh? Oh, still okay. Huh? I was not expecting even this high. Okay, tell me one thing. Okay, I'm going to ask you one question before I even start what I'm going to talk about. I've seen you ask so many questions to the speakers before. Which speaker gets asked the most questions? What kind of a speaker will have more questions from the audience coming his way? Yeah. Okay. No, absolutely no. The one whom audience listens to the most. Okay. So I want you to ask me the most questions at the end of the panel discussions. Okay. So keep in mind. And the candies for everybody. Okay, guys, so good afternoon. To start this on a very professional note, my name is Rahul. I represent Carrier Refrigeration. So we are Carrier Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Limited, the global giants in air conditioning and refrigeration field. But I leave aside Carrier for the time being. I represent here Carrier's cold chain infrastructure. And we are a very unique and a very touching industry. Why I say this is, we are unique because if you start counting people working in our industry, you can literally count them on your fingers. And why we are very touching is because we touch everybody's life. So everything you keep in your domestic refrigerator, right? And you bring it and you keep it, everything that comes from a cold chain somewhere. Whether you bring ice cream starting from the top, ice cubes, you bring milk, fruits, vegetables, sometimes medicine, processed food, anything and everything you eat, except for maybe potatoes, which we don't keep at home in the refrigerator. But in the outside world, when we store potatoes in such a bulk quantity, we really need a big type refrigerator, which we call the cold storage. In the session before ours, they spoke about doubling the farmer's income. In the session before that, they spoke about certain specific commodities. Now, you guys have been here the whole time, right? Probably I was there in bits and pieces and all of us as a panelist. But one thing, if you have noticed, right, starting from the first session in the morning, nothing is complete without a full and efficient cold chain. So whether you have to store honey for long for exports, or whether you have to double farmers' income by storing potatoes for long, apple for long, I'm sure you guys are millennials, so you have not experienced this much. But yes, if I ask, sir, sitting in the first row here, sir, when you were young, their age, did you ever eat apple in, say, January, December, March or February? Even in your age, that imported apple? Okay. Right. So, but maybe exception, but yeah, for most of us, if I ask my mother today, she would have not imagined eating spinach in summers and apples in summers because they were supposed to be seasonal fruits, right? So you get apples around August and December, January, you get oranges and quinoa February to March, grapes from March to June. And this is how God created this whole ecosystem, that you get something to eat at some part of the year. The God never thought, that everything will be available throughout the year for everybody. That was not the case when the entire ecosystem was built up. But thanks to, again, an efficient cold chain, you get to eat everything now, and every time, any time of the year. And that too looks like a fresh and, healthy. Second thing, we are very touching industry because as the moderator in the previous session said, okay, question and answer round again. What's the population of the world today? World population today. We know India is about 1.3 billion. What's the global population today? Any guesses? Wild guesses? Yeah. So we are about little more than 7 billion. You will be really surprised to know we produce food good enough to sustain 10 billion people in the world. But we still hear, 30% of the world population sleep hungry, or they are still malnutritioned. That even if they eat potato, even if they eat apple, even if they eat whatever, it's not that fresh. It doesn't give them that nutrition what they should get. And why is that? Because of the food wastage. Why is that? Because of unavailability of an efficient ecosystem. Because the farmers, when they need the cold chain, it's not available all the time. COVID was one real reality, which we faced. We started producing medicine. We did not have the infrastructure to store it. We did not have the infrastructure to transfer it. So you will, guys, you'll be surprised to know a lot of government institutes built up a lot of small cold chain across multiple hospitals in a very, very short span. So when it comes to the will, we have it. When it comes to the way, we'll lose it a little because of our own vested interest, and not only as a buyer, but even as a seller. So I think I would just like to, not take much of your time and rather leave it for question and answers later. So cold chain, efficient cold chain, a good ecosystem of a cold chain is definitely possible. As a global organizations here on the podium today, we definitely have the infrastructure available with us. We know how to do it. We know where to do it. It's just the overall collaboration between the industry and the user, I think, which as and when gets stronger and stronger, we will keep, becoming better at our job. In the last part of a little bit of what I have to say, I'll just talk about Carrier. So we produce HVAC and commercial refrigeration products both. So I'm in touch with Sir for NIFTEM, some small presentation within a NIFTEM system for the cold chain. And we do, from the scratch, the overall projects. So in case any one of you are interested to speak to me about cold chain, what exactly it is, how we set up, questions on the podium or outside, most welcome. Thank you, boys and girls, and ladies and gentlemen. It was really nice being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. You have summarized it well. When as a country, when push comes to shove, we have been able to deliver sometimes unachievable things. So the only thing which we at times lack is the intent to do. So the moment we get that intent, I'm sure we will be able to deliver on what we need. Rahul has touched a very important point here. In terms of, you look at the land holding size in the country, it's since independence, a land size which belonged to a person got divided between the sons and then into grandsons, had led to a lot of land fragmentation. And to address those land fragmentations, the challenge which we face in most of the food grains and fruits and vegetables is that the seed is, each of them use a different kind of seed. So the production is not uniform, the quality wise is not uniform. So, and since it is fragmented and we have a huge land area with us, so the need is not to have large cold storages of say 1 lakh metric ton. There's a need to have smaller and more feasible cold storage units. So probably this is something which industry needs to pick up from how we handle the COVID vaccine, which got delivered to the every nook and corner of the country. And that's what is the need of the hour, to handle fruits and vegetables. So moving ahead, I would like to now call Dr. Sunil Parekh, a known face for most of you who are present here. He heads the Department of Agri and Environmental Sciences at NIFTIM needs no introduction, more than 2 decades of experience, and in the post-harvest, especially on the fruits and vegetable side. While we talk about a lot of food wastage, sir, there are also associated losses, like there's a lot of loss of fertilizers, pesticides, which have gone into for the production of the fruits and vegetable. So what's your take on the, the loss, the climate change, or the impact it will have on the climate change due to this post-harvest losses and the associated challenges which we will as a country face if we continue wasting food like this?
Thank you, Anandji. First of all, I thank the PhD Chamber of Commerce for inviting me on this platform. And previously, I thought that there are the many industrialists here and less of the students, but I saw here that many of my own students are here and some other students are also there. So it is always good to speak before the students. This session is about the cold chain management, and we are discussing the post-harvest losses and how to reduce the post-harvest losses, and what are the impact of the post-harvest losses on the climate change as well as on our on climate. So here we have to think about the holistic system, not only about the cold chain, but it is the management, and this is works into the supply chain. So this is the interaction between the product as well as your cold storage facilities, then distribution, and then the distant channels also. So all has to be come into the system, and there should be the management strategy for the cold chain. So this is just not only the refrigeration system which works, but it is the cold chain management system. And in the cold chain management system, your all the supply chain management is also the part of that. And it is not only starts right from the harvesting, but it is starts right from the production itself. And as Anandji said, that if the post-harvest losses are there, then it is not only the loss of the produce, but it is also the loss of the natural resources, loss of our chemicals which we used during the production, loss of the water which we used. So water busting, carbon footprinting, all are associated with the better cold chain management facilities. As a global survey, we find that there are the 40% of the food produced which are comes at a time or at a point in the supply chain which is the refrigerated, but it is just only at a point. But we are talking about the cold chain, and as the word is indicated, chain means it should be unbreakable. Just from the production up to the consumption stage, there should be the proper your temperature management on the produce, and this requires huge of your investment also. This requires the use of the technical knowledge also, and the trainings to the stakeholders. That is also one of the important things. So in the 2014, when one report was tabled in the parliament, and according to that, in our country, 1 lakh crore rupees annually we are wasted after the harvesting. And in that year, our agriculture ministry's budget was only the 24,000 crore rupees. It means the 4 times of the budget of the agriculture ministry we just lost due to the faulty post-harvest management practices. And the major factor is the lack of the cold chain management. So now we have the technologies, we have the companies here, we have the infrastructure, but how to take place in the horticulture, not only the horticulture sector, but all the agri produces where we would like to be place the cold chain management. So the one of the most successful example is the milk. You can see in the milk cold chain facilities, right from the milking from the animal up to the consumption level, and in the villages also there is the cold chain facilities available. Your milk is transported into the refrigerated vehicles, then chilling chambers are there, then after the processing again it packs packed in the controlled atmospheres, and after that repackaging and then redistribution, and up to the consumption, we stored that milk in the refrigerator at our home also. So this type of the practice has to be adopted in all the agri-food systems, and particularly in the fruits and vegetables, as well as in the meat and some other perishable products. So for this, we have to have complete policy planning. There are some lacking in the policy planning also. So that has to be strengthened. Then the energy efficiency, that is one of the most important aspect in the cold chain. And when we mapping the energy in the cold chain sector, that is not just only for the economic purpose, but it is also affecting the environment adversely. So there are the various types of the technologies now available, and the latest technologies like your cloud technologies, or the robots, or the conveyor belts even, or the truck loading automations, all we need to strengthen in the cold chain management. Few of the live examples which I have noted from my students only, and when we have the course in the cold chain management, and then students has note down all the protocols there, and then they apply into the industry. One of my student one day phone called me that sir, mango थे आपने बताया था कि इस टेम्परेचर पे स्टोर करना, we have stored mangoes at that temperature in our industry, but now they are not ripening. हमने कहा आपने राइपन कितने टेम्परेचर पे किया, देन ही सेड सर यू टोल्ड 12.7 to 13 degree is the proper temperature for the mangoes, but it is for the storage temperature, it is not for the ripening temperature, and you forgot about that. So these are the simple things, and all the lot was the uneven ripening. Likewise, chilling injuries, freezing injuries, these are the common examples if you are not maintain the proper protocols in the cold chain management. So by adopting all these technologies in place, and then the other thing is the refrigerants, which refrigerant you are using. If the proper refrigerant is not selected according to your industry, then it will not give you the you can say the good results, you can say. So 70% of the food consumed in the US is handled in the cold chains, but how much in India, we don't have even the data. So we have to work that why the food is lost, why the perishable foods is lost, and there are the different causes for the different commodities. So the commodity wise action plan is needed in our country, not only in the cold chain management, but for stacking your cold storages. The strategy is different. For the pre-cooling, strategy is different. For your long-term storage, strategy is different. For the CA storage, strategy is different. Even mango, you cannot store in the CA storages, but apples, it is the most successful examples. So accordingly, we have to plan in our country, and then train our manpower. And this manpower training is also required differently, and the different modules. For the cold storage operators, you need a different type of the training. For the cold storage managers, you need a different type of the trainings. So different things are there, but we have to plan in a holistic way, and only then we can reduce the post-harvest losses, not only in the fruit and vegetable, but other perishable commodities or all the agri produce commodities. So thank you very much, Anand.
Thank you, Dr. Parekh, for providing a great insight on the challenges which we have in front of us. Just picking up in continuation to what he mentioned, the challenge is to go granular. We have been a production-led economy. We always focus on production, that we should produce this much, we should produce that much. I think time has come for us to change the production strategy itself. We should have a market-driven production planning. What is the demand? And accordingly, we produce that. We have 15 agroclimatic zones in the country. We can produce most of the commodities that are grown globally. The challenge which we always face is we have a herd mentality. So this year people got good price in cotton. So every year, next year, everybody will sow cotton. So we'll have overproduction, prices are down again. Same is in most of the commodities we do. Tomato prices are high. So next year, everybody will sow tomato and then we'll have to throw those tomatoes on the road. So that mentality has to change. We have to start focusing more. If Google can today give us a traffic update to the nearest minute as to the time you will take to travel, why not on the production? So we need to monitor our production rather than following a commodity-led approach that, and following the same trend, paddy, wheat, and all those. Just taking cue from what Dr. Parekh also mentioned is we need to go granular, we need to go commodity-wise, we need to even go geography-wise. We cannot have a strategy or a policy which is like one size fit all. Each geography is different, each commodity is different, consumption pattern of the same commodity is different across different states. So if we have to adopt cold storages, the kind of cold storages, the size of the cold storages will entirely depend on that geography. So with this, I would like to introduce Sanjay Hans. He's a team lead with Panasonic Cold Storages, 22 plus years experience, and he takes care of the technical technical evaluation and parts at Panasonic. To whom I would like to ask, what are the operational challenges you see in this industry? And what are the solutions which you would suggest while we try to address this problem? Over to Sunil.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Anand sir, for lightening up the cold chain challenges. Thanks, Rahul. Like he has described the need of the cold chain. Of course, as he rightly said, that the entire cold chain cycle is starting from the farm to fork, you can say. So when it comes, we because sitting in this room, we have know the example of refrigerator. So this entire cold chain is specifically, if you really ask me, it is a machine, and the systems are very dynamic, and it needs energy. It needs a lot of mechanical things like your car, like you have engine, you have wheels, you have steering. So similar way in the cold chain industry also, like cold chain equipments, if you really talk, you need multiple things. You need a entire room. You have to construct a room. You have to build a system. You have to design a system, and all these things, like we are maintaining. We are trying to develop this industry. Of course, industry is also growing, but not very very on a very fast phase, just like mobile phones. But as a refrigeration field, or we are we are very few people here who are into the cold chain industry. So when we talk about the like as per our topic, if we like sustainability is a question mark. So how to make sustainable, because we all want a fresh food, we are all want to eat you can say healthy food. So for maintaining that, the entire cycle, like from the transport refrigeration, like from the warehousing, like from the pre-cooling, like from the end modern retail, like you people are like students are there. So you must have visiting, you are using Amazon, you are even ordering from Swiggy, you are ordering from Zomato. So now the world is in your fingers. So, but if you really ask, the back end cycle is not on the fingers. It is a dynamic system which is running behind the walls, you can say, before coming to your door. So because the Swiggy guy, the Zomato guy is gone through a full cold chain cycle, the entire food, you have to ensure that, because if suppose that food is not good, your health will be on stake. So as a refrigeration engineer or as a cold chain expert, like we have to talk about, we have to learn about every aspect, because that awareness will definitely give an edge to this industry. We all are related to somewhere related to cold chain. We are all related to somewhere to the farmers. But the pain is that we are wasting the food. Of course, we know all things. So when it comes to cold chain, we have to understand the systems. We have to understood the applications, like what type of fruit we want to store, what type of, like, either we are asking to ready to eat food we are doing. We have to store the sweets. We have to store the chocolates. We have to store the potatoes. We have stored the apples. So each and every fruit or each and every product is having different chemistry. You all know, like every product is having different, life cycle. Their shelf life is different. Dairy products are having different. Milk is having its own challenges. And if you talk about the byproducts of the milk, like curd, like cheese, like butter, everything is having different challenges. So what is the right approach to design for that product? So that is a challenge. So we have to deal with that. We have to learn with that, and that is our industry call also. Our intention is always to the customers, like we have to give the right solution for their products, for their solutions. So that is the need of the time. We have to think on those aspects when we are working on the cold chain solutions. Apart from that, if with respect to the environment, because everybody knows, like we are dealing with global warming. We are talking about global warming. We are using the air conditioners in our houses. We are using air conditioners here in this auditorium, and we are dissipating the heat outside. We are spoiling our neighbor, outside atmosphere for our comfort, because comfort is very important to us. But when it comes to food, it is a need. We have to maintain, we have to run the compressors, we have to run the systems. So that is challenge, because we are thinking that our comfort is important, but we are slightly not considering that aspect, okay, because that is on the back end. So those challenges are really important to understand for all of us. Technology is available in this present world. We are very high tech. We can monitor from here to any part of the world what type of temperature is running, what type of humidity is running in the cold storages. But the thing is that the skilled manpower who understand this is slightly, we are facing the challenges in the industry as a part of that. Like if you are using a new technology phone, you are outdating the other one, the old one. But in refrigeration, it is a capital setup. We have to construct on a bare land. So we have to run the show on that land itself. We cannot replace it just by say, okay, it is not happening. It's not. We have to run that system effectively, energy efficient, because in the future world, like whatever the industry is practicing, lot many cold store owners, many warehouse peoples are there, even all the building owners who are running the commercial buildings, like who are running the malls. So everybody is facing the challenge of facing the heat of energy. So energy is one subject, because air conditioner is running almost 8 to 10 hours, but refrigeration is running 24 hours into 7 hours. We cannot break the chain. Even we cannot break the chain during the transportation. The transport trucks, the refrigerator trucks has to run from the start, from the end. So that if that chain is broken, so because the entire machinery of that truck refrigerator has to run 24/7, or maybe if suppose 5 days running is there, that has to run 5 days. If the suppose truck has started from Srinagar and it has to reach to Kerala, so it has to reach to Kerala. If suppose on the way something happened to the machine, because it's a dynamic system, as I told you. So we need a manpower, technical manpower, to be associated in that, let's say in Pune. So because if suppose that chain has broken, that refrigeration system has down, then the entire product which is stored in the container can get spoiled. So as Dr. Sunil sir has just mentioned, that after the post harvest, the value of the product is full, if you really ask me. But if it is spoils, the value is zero, and not zero, it is in negative basically, because you have already wasted the water, where you have already wasted the time, you have already wasted the seed, you have already wasted the, you can say, the whatever the nutrients you have additional put to grow that crop. So yes, industry is growing, but still challenges are there. And our request on this forum or any such platform is that please try to understand and please try to learn this, because we cannot live with food. We cannot live with anything. So this field is very dynamic. So I welcome you all. Learn in this field. Come to this field and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. That was very motivational and inspiring for the new generation people we have in present of us. One key point which Sanjay has touched is, I reiterate, is one size fit all strategy will not work. Each of them has to be looked at a unit economic level, and we have to look at going granular. And that's where the solution lies. We have a very good example of milk, how the milk cold chain is maintained, that everybody is getting fresh milk packed by Amul or their respective state cooperative dairies at their home. That's a classic example of how a cold chain works. We just need another Dr. Korean to come and help us on the fruits and vegetable side. So with this, I keep open the floor for any questions and answer which anybody have. Would be happy to address them. We have time.
Okay, sir, I'll with my little experience in this field, I'll say there are a lot of people setting up the smaller cold rooms. Only difference is like we are discussing here, the whole ecosystem, the chain. Sometimes they're outside the chain, so they're not that much visible. But if you really ask me, sir, as an organization, a big organization, global organization, we only manufacture equipment, but they're channel partners of the organization which work in all nook and corner of the country. These guys only sustain on these smaller ones only. So if you live in Delhi, sir, any nook and corner of Delhi, if you have used the services of a company called Alicious ever, so that processed chicken which comes to your residence or my residence from there, they come from the small cold room only. And that's an organized sector. Even when we look at the smaller sectors, अगर दिल्ली NCR के अराउंड ही आप देखेंगे, आजादपुर मंडी तो एक बहुत बड़ी मंडी होगी, ओखला मंडी, then there is a mandi near Dwarka, then you have smaller mandis also. हर मंडी के आसपास कुछ ना कुछ छोटा कोल्ड रूम सेटअप आपको मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, बिकॉज उसके बिना श्रीनगर का एप्पल जो CA चैम्बर से निकल के आता है वो रखना नामुमकिन है. अगर एक केला उत्तम नगर में राइपन होके पश्चिम बिहार बिकने के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो जो लेफ्ट ओवर है ना उसे भी कोल्ड रूम में रखना जरूरी है. लेकिन क्योंकि ये सारी छोटा जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है ये उस इकोसिस्टम से बाहर हो जाता है ना, सर्कल ऑफ इकोसिस्टम से, इसलिए वो विजिबल नहीं रहता. बट डेफिनेटली सर, इट्स कमिंग अप. Okay, sir, again,
it's a chicken and an egg story. The chicken and egg story is that today, most of the fruits and vegetables which you store in cold storage are not financed by bank. You look at from a perspective, we anyhow are short on cold storage. Whatever cold storage which we have in the country, if as a farmer you store your production or your produced commodity in that cold storages, your working capital is blocked. How will you get finance to meet your consumption need? How will you get finance to meet your next crop season needs, like the fertilizer, the seeds? So your capital is blocked. So as long as banks don't come up and start lending in cold storages, this challenge will remain. Now, there's another challenge which will come, will be on the size. The same challenge which banks to some point in time were facing, and now gradually with the use of technology have been trying to overcome, is how do you operate small storages? I give you a live example. With even if the 5,000 ton cold storage of potato is unviable for banks. A 5,000 ton cold storage, you store potato in the season time, which is just 1 rupee a kilo, will be a 50 lakh worth of commodity. If bank keeps a margin of 20 to 30%, the bank loan will only be 35 to 40 lakhs. For 35 to 40 lakhs, bank cannot even afford to appoint one security guard. With a 10,000 salary for 12 months, your 1,20,000 gone, which means the cost of operation at least will be 3% for a security guard. You add a supervisor, it becomes 7-8%. So for banks, and the 7-8% gets overloaded on the depositor. So depositor who anyhow is struggling for the potato prices which are at 1 rupee gets 7% cost from the bank, plus the interest cost which the bank is going to charge. So this is making it unviable. So probably it has to be a combined effort where banks talk. We are trying, like our company is trying, I cannot diverse those. So we're trying to develop models where we are able to cater to small warehouses and cold storages, because if banks don't finance, the small cold storage concept will only be limited to large farmers who can afford. It will still not reach to small and marginal farmer because their working capital will get blocked if they store, if banks don't extend finance to them. I hope, sir, I answered. Sir, subsidy से बना तो लेंगे, but जब तक पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, blocked पैसा तो रहेगा ही. See, I may create an infrastructure for that guy, but if he doesn't get finance, he will not store. That's a thumb rule for storage of commodity, any commodity. अब सर मैंने बोला ना, chicken and egg, as long as large guys who can afford those capital requirement, who can sustain themselves, probably those are the one which will flourish.
सर इसमें एक छोटा सा क्वेरी है, जैसे you need a BMC for a cold store type. That model will work for Indian context, if you really ask me. So we have to, like 50 metric ton you have asked na, that 50 metric ton or 100 metric ton storage on a village level is required, but for that you need a Sahkari Samiti, just like a milk Sahkari Samiti, na, milk federation is there. So you have to make F&B federation. So that is a solution, actually, that is the right solution. So I think PhD can definitely enter and suggest this solution. It is a solution. It is a realistic solution, and it is possible. Your thought is 100% viable.
1994 में कैरियर ने शुरू किया था.
So I will now give a positive perspective, right? So you heard a devil's advocate and you heard advocate's advocate. So I will give you a counterproductive or counter view here. You are absolutely right. When you say a lot of cold room owners make a lot of money, I agree to that. When you say a lot of cold storage is coming up, sir, I think out of this audience may not be all of you may not be from Delhi NCR, right? Like I don't belong to Delhi NCR, I belong to Jalandhar in Punjab. And I'm very, very happy to tell you, sir, people generally on these platforms come talk, more on the negative or risk side. Okay, I'll not use the word negative, risk side of it. I'll show you the opportunity side of it. Imagine whichever hometown you come from, okay, in India. As I said before, if you get apple there, sir, apple in March or April can only come from the cold room. If you get a banana, ripened banana, it can only come from a ripening chamber. If you get a mushroom, it can only come from a mushroom farmed growth chamber. Mr. Parikh is here. He can also, give his views. Sir, having been part of this industry for 20 years and having seen this industry grow in leaps and bounds, I'm really proud to say that, we're talking about 30% losses, which is true. It's not that it's not true. But the way our infrastructure has grown in last many years is also very appreciable. And like you rightly pointed out, a lot of entrepreneurs have come forward, put their own hard-earned money without waiting for government subsidies. Because छोटे में क्या subsidy component has become so low, neither government is interested nor promoter is interested, and they don't want to lose a season. So they put in their own hard-earned money. So sir, हम लोग across India बहुत सारे बबलू भैया, साजिद भाई, राम सिंह, श्याम सिंह से के साथ काम करते हैं. We really say, when I look back where I was 20 years back, and for a lot of you here who are still in the college, I think this can be very inspiring. In 2003-4, when me and my colleague Sachin here, we started our careers. If we worked with a customer there, sir, who put up a small 10 lakh rupee ka cold room then, he owns a 5 crore rupee cold store today. So हम लोग ने तो वो जर्नी देखा है. And if that journey gives any kind of an inspiration to all of you here, I think we are on the right track. So what is missing is the entire ecosystem, the understanding. So as millennials, if they start understanding what Dr. Shilpa was saying, the nutritional aspect of the food they eat, they'll demand for more. When they demand for more, they'll get more. It's as simple as that.
8,200 कोल्ड स्टोरेज है इंडिया में जो बड़े हैं, नहीं सब तरह
जो आपने इन्होंने मैंने अपने पैसे से लगा लिया वो गलत
नहीं टोटल कोल्ड स्टोरेज.
Anyone else has?
Hi, I have a question. What is the smallest viable size of cold room? Viable in terms of economics, like profitable.
Again, a very question which will have 100 answers. For example, if you go to a chemist shop, Delhi ki jo chemist, any chemist shop, where do you stay?
Delhi, but
which part of Delhi?
Shadra.
शादरा में जाओगे, कोई भी chemist shop में जो cold room लगाया है उसके लिए वो viable है, and wine shop में जाओगे तो जो cold room wine shop ने लगाया है उसके लिए वो भी viable है.
नहीं, fruits और vegetables के लिए.
Again, depends upon how's your intraday cycle.
अच्छा, but still मतलब सबसे एक जैसे कुछ होते हैं ना कुछ.
So that I think Mr. Chandra will answer, coming from the warehousing cold storage background, he'll answer this question.
Yeah.
See, what we always tend to get caught up is a cold room and a cold storage.
I'm talking about cold storage.
I will answer that. See, the cold rooms which we operate in Delhi and all are basically for storage of commodities for maximum up to a week. It has to go out. Whereas when we talk about cold storages, we are talking about storing commodities for 3 to 6 months or even 9 months.
Correct.
That's how, when we talk about apples stored in Shimla coming to us in the off season. Cold storages will depend on the location in which it is been installed, because the rental which you derive out of it is going to help you on the break even. Potato cold storages, you go set up in Kanpur, this Kundali area, this Meerut, and this Agra area will not be viable today because the land costs have gone up drastically in those areas. So land is a big cost of your project. So on an average, what is the thumb rule we consider is 2,500 tons is a minimum cold storage size, which becomes economically viable for you to even pay the term loan which you may take from the bank. Again, with a disclaimer, if you are able to extract more rent, the more viable it is.
And if we convert this 2.5 lakh kg to
1,000 tons, yeah,
that is 2.5 to like square meter of land, how much land will it be?
See, we don't measure cold storages in a square meter because these are vertical structures. You have 3 to 4 or even 5 layers vertically you store cold storages. You look at square meter or square feet when you do dry warehousing, which is like flat warehousing structures, which we call. In warehousing, you use this as a measurement stick, which is like 5 square feet gives you a ton for most of the commodities. For slightly voluminous commodities like paddy, or it goes up to 6 square feet a ton, and so on. If like de-oiled cakes, which are more powdery form, it goes up to 7 to 8.
Okay.
Cold storages, it's more of a vertical structure. So we look at the size based on the refrigerating capacity you have of the machine which is installed.
And the last question is like in a same cold storage, different fruits and vegetables can be stored, or it should be a same fruit or vegetable?
It's a technical question. I'll take help from Dr. Parekh to answer you.
What's exactly your question?
Sir, my question is in a
actually multi-mix commodities are generally we not recommend, but it depends on the nature and biology of the commodity. Say for example, in the fruits, there are the 2 types of the fruits. One is the climacteric fruit, and another one is the non-climacteric fruit. It means some are the more ethylene producing fruits, and some are more sensitive to the ethylene also. So if you are storing the more sensitive to the ethylene and sensitive producing fruits at in a same cold storage, then there is the your physiological disorders you can see in some of the fruits. For example, if the bananas are there and cucumbers are also there, then you will see the cucumbers which are in the yellow in the color. So we are not generally recommending that, but in the retail storages where the cold chain is maintained, Then if you have the hundreds of the fruits and vegetables, then you need the 100 type of the chambers in the retail cold storages to maintain the cold chain. But there, for the short term, we have the 7 types of the temperature compatibility groups. So according to that compatibility groups, if you have the 7 chambers in the retail storages, then you can market anything.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, sir. Thank you.
We'll take more question and answer. We'll take it on the networking tea we have. So you can take it with the speaker one-on-one. So yes, Anand, please conclude. I was trying to help you. Sorry. Sorry to be the devil of the.
No, we are through.
I
have one question.
Please, sir, please.
Actually, as you mentioned very rightly, that cold storage's capacity cannot be measured in the square meters, but it has to be in the volumes, how much produce you kept. But still our policy says, like your National Horticulture Board, they are giving the subsidy on the basis of the square meters only. They are not giving the subsidy on the basis of the verticals. And even there is the one case in the High Court for that purpose only. And they release the subsidy according to the area only. So industry has to be take the lead in this matter, and we have to convince our policy makers accordingly.
Sir, industry mein, if you see 95% people who are operating are unorganized sector. So industry technically has not gone into cold chains because of the viability issues which remain. You will not see somebody operating 20 cold chains in the country for fruits and vegetable. So the challenge is the writing is on the wall, which I am presume the government may someday would want to look at it, why the private players are not getting into setting up cold chains for the fruits and vegetables. Bare fact, its viability is not there. And this is not challenge across fruits and vegetables, this is across all commodities. Just taking a minute, Millie, just to complete.
No worries,
See, we
please.
as a country, as I said, are plagued by certain policies which have been coming up since ages. Farming globally is not a viable option. So the farmers needs to be subsidized. But as a country, we need to keep aside welfare apart from industry. What we are doing every time as a country is mixing industry with welfare. Like setting up MSP is mixing, in my opinion, mixing welfare with industry. You want to give subsidy to the farmer, please give it into his account directly. Don't get into a price arbitrage, like setting up MSP.
So I'll pitch in here. So a lot of states now, they are following the DBT system, direct benefit transfer to the farmers. They are not getting into the hassle of, going through the tender process and then, scrutiny of the tender. So that is one step which I really appreciate.
MP government did that.
MP government is
did that.
very, very pro. Yeah.
MP government did that Bhavantar scheme. That was a good scheme. The other thing, like you look at sugar sector, why we struggle as a sugar. Put yourself in the shoes of a sugar industry. Your raw material prices are controlled by government. Your output prices are controlled by international markets. So that's the challenge which we have. So raw materials और sugar cane जो खरीदा उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ. वो fix है, government fix कर देती है SMP के through. So what I'm saying is कि, as I mentioned earlier when we started this, that we have to look at, if we have to make Agri as more vibrant, industry and welfare has to be separated. They can't go hand in hand. That's it.
No, I agree. And a lot of states are practicing, and I think we have come a long way, and the landscape of agriculture has evolved like anything, and I'm sure it will be in the coming years too. So there's a very famous saying of MS Swaminathan: if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. So, I think it is very, very, it's coming from the stalwart like MS Swaminathan. I think this is what we need to, focus, and no matter how intellectual, how fancy do we sound here in our conferences, it has to reach to the farmers. So we are here to take this initiative for the farmers, and will ensure in our future conferences, conclaves, that we should definitely be having some takeaways for them. So now, we had a very insightful session, and Anand, thank you so much for helping me out and moderating this session so well. So I'm sure everyone will having some key takeaways from the conference, as I have. And then moving on, we have students from NIFTM and Amity. I would like to invite my ASG, and the student coordinator from Amity and NIFTM to present the certificates for the student participation. Sir, please. Please come on stage, the coordinators from Amity and NIFTM. Please.
Give all the certificates to one institute,
They'll be distributed. That's okay. So we have 12 students from NIFTM. So Mohit, Mr. Mohit is here to collect the certificate for the students. Sir, please. Thank you so much, all of you, for participating. And we have Dr. Dhananjay from Amity. We request. Student, this is for you. Come on. You can be louder. Now, moving on, I would like to call ASG for his closing remarks. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Millie. At the outset, I must say that one of the speakers, in the last technical session was mentioning that industry chamber always have members from industry. I don't know who said, but I just overheard. One of you must have said. Sir, it is always not happening like this. To be very honest with you, we are a 117-year-old business chamber of commerce. And such kind of programs, let me be honest with you, maybe 30, 40 years back, maybe only these 2-3 organizations were there, large chambers like PhD, FICCI and all other, and they were doing it. But now, if you see, even in the technical sessions, some associations, honey associations, some food processing associations, every hook and corner, you have certain associations and they are doing, because we do not have any product. I always say, my learning over here of the last 12, 13 years is that any chamber of commerce, they don't have any specific product. They always have a product like this, that come, talk, deliberate. And as I have said in the inaugural session, that any chamber of commerce works on 3 C's: convergence, collaboration, and connectivity. And this is what I learned when I was working for General Electric. But when I came over here, and then I totally realized that one is not really required to be the master of organizing such kind of programs. The masters are these. They are the stalwarts. They are the industry stalwarts. They will basically share the experience. They will be, somebody was asking me कि ये cold chain क्यों नहीं लगा, छोटा क्यों लगा हुआ है, बड़ा क्यों नहीं लगा हुआ. So these are all the things which any secretariat will not be able to answer directly. But of course, we are the bridge. I have always been, saying that the Chamber of Commerce is basically the bridge. Members, those who are here, and this is what basically for the future managers of our country, I call the students as the future managers. I also used to sit like this when I was in college in 1988, 89. That members come over here, once they achieve something in their company professionally, then they really want to wear the hat of a industry leader so that they can come deliberate. And somebody was telling me outside also that if PhD chamber invites any secretary or any minister, they come immediately. But when we call them from our association, they don't come. This is what the credibility, this is what the learning, this is what the experience, that if any organization is working for the last 117 years, तो कुछ तो होगा. कुछ तो जरूर होगा कि 117 साल से लगातार चलती ही आ रही है. और उसके अलावा you have 480 programs like this. We have 62 expert committees. Agri is one of them. And such a unique program today we have. We have an Agri committee. You all met Mr. Nandkishore Agarwal ji. He is not there. Then we have a food committee. Mr. Kunal Gupta was representing the food committee. He is the largest rice exporter of KRBL. And then we have a cold chain, supply chain committee, Ajay Bansal. Then his people are also. So the idea is to collaborate each and every committee, sir, over here, and then deliberate. And somebody was mentioning that, Dr. Yogesh, if all deliberation is going, and if one of the person from, again, I'm saying from the student community say, yes, we really want to take food processing as our own industry, and we really want to work in this, I think the job is done. When the Prime Minister say, Atmanirbhar Bharat, somebody was also asking in the morning that I am a startup. If somebody of you takes an startup, I could not do it. I was not having this courage when I was a student like you, and I was looking for a blue collar or white collar job when I see my dad as an Indian administrative service. So we are also either doctor or engineer, sir. Huh? And in my house, to be very honest with you, my brothers are either doctor or engineers. Nobody has gone for IAS. But at the same time, now there are so much of opportunity. Somebody was saying, if you are a student, if you want to have a startup, then you can take a loan of 10 to 15 lakhs. Madam Secretary was also mentioning the same. In one of the conferences yesterday, somebody was saying, okay, you start a company, then you are having such kind of financial assistance. And of course, the stalwarts, those who are sitting in front of you. So why I'm investing so much time on this? The future managers of the country has to build India, has to build the country. And at the same time, if our programs, our conferences are making one person out of each one of you are inspired enough to start on their own, then I think the job is done, sir. That is why, sir, the students are here in such kind of conferences. So with this note, ladies and gentlemen, let me share it with you. Without the support of some of our members, such kind of conferences is not at all possible. You know that it has connected with all the cost, whether it's air condition cost, whether it's a food cost. So I have to take some of the names: Crystal Inspiring Growth, KRBL Limited, NIFTEM, then Association of Indian University, Krish Jagran, Extraordinary Diplomatist, Food Marketing and Technology India, some of the organizations, those who have specifically given financial support and moral support for this conference. And all these people, those you can see on the right-hand side, they are our permanent sponsors for such kind of programs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to do such kind of programs in future too. And as my colleague Millie has said, that if we can take such kind of programs at the state level, because Agri is a state subject, and each and every state government is supposed to have such kind of programs for the people, those who are actually farmers, those who are traders, and of course those who are students and industry, so that whatever the government initiatives are there, that must go to the it's called the last mile connectivity. It must go to the end user. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take few names also, and I would like to invite them over here. Without the secretariat support, because team is always very important, this kind of program was not possible. I will call them one by one over here. You can stand at the back so that we can have an inspiring picture. Sanisa, we can have a picture of from a group picture, I would say. Sanjeev, I can see, please come on the dais. Sanchit Prabhakar, Sulagna Ghosh, Pankhudi, Satnam, Ajay Bansal, Millie. They are the set of people you must see that how they have all come together, deliberated, and yeah, that we will give, that we will, don't worry. I know that he's saying that we have to give the memento to the speakers also. Let me just again take 2 more minutes to tell each one of you, without the support, please come one by one. A big round of applause for them, and especially for these ladies, those who are the excellent managers. They not only manage their homes, they not only manage their respective family, but they come and they manage, their respective committees also. So it is not always that one person initiative, or I would say one person, it's a teamwork. Though, yeah, Millie, you must sit over here. Yeah, Millie is the director, Agri and Food Committee. And this is going to be her first program. She has recently joined, only for the last 30 days only, and has a very rich experience. She is a microbiologist. But at the same time, I wanted to tell, especially to the students, this is a team, those who have worked very hard. And I would call both my friends also over here. Please come join us on the dais. They are the backbenchers, but they always give support from the back. Please join us over there for the group picture. A big round of applause for these 2 gentlemen also. Of course, I am there. But to be honest, Sani Sahab, I have not done anything for this apart from, giving some lectures or some speeches like this. So I'll also come. So thank you very much, Millie, all yours, so that we can have the presentation. Thank you.
I'll request you to be on stage, sir, please. I'll be calling you again. So moving on to the presentations, again, I would like to request Dr. Yogesh Srivastav, sir, to come and please give the mementos to the moderator, Mr. Anand Chandra, ED and founder, Arya Group. Thank you, Anand. Thank you so much for coming. Shri Rahul Kapoor, Assistant Director, Carrier. Thank you so much, Rahul. We have a very good inputs from you. Thank you so much. Next is Dr. Sunil Parekh, Associate Professor, Head of Department of Agriculture and Environmental Science, NIFTM. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Last but not the least, Shri Sanjay Hans, Team Lead, Panasonic Cold Chain. Sanjay, please come. Thank you so much, Sanjay. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these, we come to the end of our session. So, agriculture, this is very, very close to my heart. I have studied agriculture. I have done agriculture all my life. So now, given the opportunity, if I can do something here at PhD, so this was my first event, as sir mentioned. Moving on, I will be doing a next event in September, which will be Farm to Fork. And I would look forward for all your help, support, and cooperation for that event. And it'll be most likely in the first week of September. So I'll be looking forward for all your support and help. And I'll keep bugging all the speakers again and again to be part of my journey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And please join us for the tea. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.